We made it.
Tis us. Tis we.
We are back. We made it.
I don't know what to do.
No spit takes.
Yeah, no spit. And if you do, though, it'll be funny because you'll do it all over your fucking tablet.
Computer.
Yeah, no, you're not dying. Nice. Anyways, welcome to
You
Legendary
ready?
Action, where we play D&D 5e in a
I wore it
homebrew
a-
setting.
I wore it before.
Terrowyn, like what?
A
Bunch of badasses!
Oh, yeah.
Looking at you.
You have to say
Does
it.
that include
Say
me?
it.
Like a bunch of badasses.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, peer
That's-
pressure.
Because
Peer
remember,
pressure.
if you
Yep.
say it with enough
Peer pressure.
confidence, they'll believe it.
If you do anything with enough confidence, no one's going to question it. I will die on
That's
this
like
hill.
99% of the sales.
It's also, I don't know if
through.
anybody's seen this thing going around where if you and a buddy just grab a ladder, you can walk into any building ever and they won't
Oh,
stop you.
I have seen that.
That's funny.
They just assume you're like contractors
Yeah.
and you're supposed to be there.
Yeah, your outfit just
that
has
would
work at
mildly
Best Buy.
fit.
Yeah.
It would work.
It would
Yeah.
absolutely work.
It would
at
work.
Best Buy.
It would.
It would work
OPSEC.
pretty much at any retail
OPSEC,
setting.
people. OPSEC.
Operation security?
Yeah.
I don't get
OPSEC.
paid for that.
You know what else you can use with
Yeah,
confidence?
is that
That's
your-
right.
No,
Incarnate.
no, we're not ready. No.
It's too late. I've already
No. No.
Just do
False
One of our
start.
sponsors
False
is
start.
Incarnate.
Flag on the play.
False flag operation? What?
He
We're not
was
ready for
doing
it.
a football, I
Take
think.
that confidence you have for shutting me down
I
and
don't
put it
know,
in
man.
Incarnate, where you can create fantastical maps with easy-to-use tools that can
Weren't they
customize,
doing the
create
drafting
interior
today
maps, exterior
of the
maps,
foosball?
battle maps, and a bunch of different things using things they call stamps, which are basically different assets that you can write on a terrain map, and you can customize, create what is only the limit of your imagination.
Like and
And-
subscribe if you hate Mike.
If you want to use them in your publications, YouTube channels, D&D, or if you're an author, you can use their pro services, which are $5 a month or $25 a year. And I highly recommend you go check out their free service, which they just upgraded with a bunch of more assets and different stamps to try and use, and give them a shot at. Give them a shot. They're worth it.
I just had a contrarian moment where you could just do the opposite of all that. Go full hoarder and use their map tool to create the ultimate wallpaper. And just
You
coat your
could.
walls and your windows and your
What?
doors and your exits and your bathrooms with maps.
So you need a good printer.
That sounds pretty cool.
Yes, yes.
Hey, click that follow button if you like Mike's mustache. It's pretty good.
I would follow. I do follow.
I think
One here, but I follow.
Yeah,
we should
I
all
follow.
follow.
I follow what you're. I pick,
Yeah.
pick up what you're putting down.
Smell what
Picking
I'm
up what you're
stepping
putting
in.
down.
Tracking like a javelin.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in D&D. I was thinking of that javelin, not that javelin.
oh.
Tracking.
Javelin.
Yeah.
Got it.
I was thinking of a magic.
It's a
javelin that tracks.
$250,000 piece of equipment that has styrofoam on the end.
Yes, it does. It's really good at wrecking multi-million-dollar equipment.
Yeah.
That doesn't
I
have
do
styrofoam
think.
on the end of
I
it.
do think. This is a little off topic, but on the
Little.
subject of the javelin, I do think that the cost per unit, the N-Law is a more effective unit now, and we're seeing that.
The mother-in-law.
No, the N-Law.
The mother-in-law is extremely deadly. In
Yes.
a tactical environment, if you
Yeah.
did not bring the mother-in-law and everybody else did, you're done.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, my mother-in-law loves me, not to brag or anything, but
Then you
Well, that's
bring
an
her with you
accomplishment.
to the tactical.
Either
Oh,
that
that's
or it's
that's
a
the
failed
scary part. If she
strategy.
outwardly likes you, that's not what you want.
Yeah, yeah. What's
that is
Or-
absolutely what I
or
want.
it's
She's
not what- it's
wonderful.
not what
We're
your
going to
enemies
breakfast on
want.
Sunday.
Yeah.
What do you have? for
Have someone else
breakfast?
taste
We're
your
going
food
to
first.
Two Chicks.
Ooh.
Two chicks going to two chicks. I like it.
Yep.
I've never been. I heard.
Yeah,
it's
we're
really
not going to go into that any further than this. What do we got? What else do we got? We got a giveaway
Am I
this
the
month,
only
right?
one
Tonight's
not
giveaway.
giveaway?
Oh, tonight's
Tonight's
tonight
giveaway.
is the
Tonight's
giveaway.
giveaway night. So go
Giveaway night.
share the link and tell people, share it in Discord, say, hey, it's a giveaway night. We're in giveaway. Hopefully our title accurately reflects that it's a giveaway, because it should. But
It's gonna be a
yeah,
trigger
we're giving
for
something
you
away. So
from
tell
now
them what they might win.
Yeah, so
Tell
they
them, Bob.
might
Tell them what
win
they might win.
A book.
You ready?
A book that will help you run your games and be more efficient with your time. Because you're trying to put an engaging encounter or adventure together for your players. It takes some planning. It takes some heart. But how do you maximize your effort so your players get the most out of what you do? Well, Return of the Lazy Dungeon Master is for you. And that's what we're giving away. It gives you a bunch of tools, stratagems, and tricks as far as getting the most out of your prep time and how to maximize the fun parts of your gameplay. So that is our giveaway tonight. Followers and subscribers can both enter. Subscribers, for supporting monetarily, do get a little multiplier. So if you want an extra chance to win, feel free. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe now.
Mm-hmm.
If
Do
you're
it.
feeling generous,
Do it.
Give
It's worth
give
it.
some opportunities
We're
to
awesome.
some of your buddies or not buddies to win. If you just like competition, whatever the case may be.
Mhm.
But all of you are members of our community, so we don't do anything like restricting access to our giveaways.
Yeah.
That being said, our bits leader for the month that will be determined after tonight will get a personalized gift from a member of the cast. We go around the table, and this month is our very own DM Andrew Green. So
Switch table
our
positions,
current
you have to
bits
go in
leader
turn.
is KO Sick with
KO Sick.
1,500 bits. Incredibly generous. We really
Yes.
appreciate it. And so
It's like
we're
20
looking
bucks.
forward to being able to give a little bit back to you. But
Just keep switching.
they're closely followed by Mr. Cat __ and Pikachunti. We love you, Pikachunti.
We love all of you,
We
as a
love
matter
you
of
all.
fact. You're all
Right
amazing, and
after I do it.
the community's great. The Discord's been extraordinarily active lately, and I've been enjoying it. We got to get some of us in there a little bit more often, but especially Mike, who has no excuse for not participating because he lives at his computer. Lives at it, ladies and gentlemen. Lives at
He was
his
supposed
computer.
to post something today.
Yeah.
We
In the
also
Discord.
we also have
Did you?
received bits support
Is
and
it in
love from Lordy Doherty. If you don't know her, she's a fantastic role player and seems like a lovely person. From every interaction I've had with her, she plays over there on Sundays with our friends at Tabletop Notch, and they have an excellent production. They've been putting a lot of TikToks and shorts out. They got lots of entertaining banter. There's one that just recently came through where an animal was like, "fucking humans," and it's
Wi-Fi.
incredibly entertaining. And then XO Moonchild with 100 bits. And then, of course, Hero Zone, which, Hero Zone, shout out to you. If you want a chance at winning some prizes with the awesome community, they regularly do like ad hoc giveaways on their channel. I just received my box from spending time with their community over there, where I won the Aliens RPG adventure, a DM screen, and a couple other things.
A
So-
D&D 5e screen.
Yeah, D&D 5e screen, and a couple other like minis and some dice. So they're a tabletop game store, and they do a lot of community supported like giveaways. So they'll just run up the channel over the course of the evening for pools for different bits and bobs, and they'll do little things over there. They're fantastic. Maddie Moritz is a fantastic runner of that channel. But anyway, those are our giveaways. Those are some of our friends. We love you all. You're our friends if you're here watching, whether you like it or not. We have abandonment issues, so we're just going to follow you around. You're our friend.
Yeah, pretty
Yes.
much.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, like
And they have an open bid on the entire Warlock 4D tile system, by the way, just to let you know.
Yes.
The
Oh,
entire
go
thing.
check that out. The value's actually pretty freaking good.
It's $1,100 or so, and associated MSRP can, depending on what
Yeah, where you
retail would
get it
actually be,
from.
where you get it
Yeah.
from.
What's the bidding at?
I think it's still at like $440.
There you
Yeah.
go. So
Yeah.
you could get in there, and if you get lucky enough, or if the right people aren't paying attention at the right time, you could walk away
Mhm.
with stuff that you're at right now. You're getting more 60% off,
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And it's the entire thing.
and it's the whole set. You
all
can
the
do so
newest
much
stuff,
of that.
yeah.
I would literally, kill Michael Frazier for that set.
For fully pre-painted terrain that they're on the board for like dungeon crawls and stuff like that, it's
Fantastic.
fantastic, and they have both half walls and full size walls available. So
I don't know if I would kill Michael Frazier because he has a lot of like combat experience from wrestling and stuff, and he's big.
plus,
But
if you
like
killed,
a small
plus if you
child,
killed him, like
something
who's gonna pick up the
defenseless.
work in the show? It's
You know,
not.
Yeah.
True.
And-
That's the real
He's
thing.
indispensable at the moment.
Yeah.
Speaking of Michael Frazier, he and I just started up a new channel
Hey.
in the Discord.
Hey.
We are doing
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Mike.
some
put it
voice
on.
acting challenges and stuff for anybody who's interested in getting into voice acting or just thinks it'd be cool to play with accents or
cup.
whatever, whether it's for your D&D game or anything. The point
Put it
is you
on
can
something
go to this
soft when you set
Discord
it
now.
down.
We're going to do monthly challenges.
Yeah.
You're being very disruptive, Mike. You can go to the Discord.
We just try to be more
We're doing
discreet.
monthly challenges.
Apologies.
There you go.
He just picked one that is very near and dear to his heart. So get in there and put your own little spin on it with your own little voice. And then post that in which of the two channels?
So it's going to be, there's two. There's Let's Talk the Talk, which is us discussing voice acting and maybe how to like change or flex or like different pacings or cadences when
or
doing
even just giving
voices
each other
and
high
acting.
fives for doing great videos.
That also as well. Whereas the next channel below that should be video of the month, basically where it will be once a month we will post
Voice of the
Video?
It's voice of the month.
I can't remember what we called it. Not a video, but a clip of the possible
terrible.
thing that we were going to be redoing or
Voice of the
revoicing. Voice of the month. Currently, it is going to be the final scene of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, where the famous Gene Wilder does his scene when he is talking to
Nothing. You get nothing.
Nothing!
The rant.
Nothing?
I could
It's
Charlie.
it's the rant.
The
When
rant.
Charlie explained to him how he violated the terms and conditions of the contract and
Yeah.
was going to get nothing.
Yeah.
You
Cetera.
stole
Yeah.
I love
fizzy
his
lifting
voice.
drink.
That's
And
really
then
good.
Charlie does that
Fizzy.
exceptionally beautiful thing where he puts the everlasting
Oh, that is
off
so
supper
good.
back on the
his
table.
Oh, it's
I
so
love it.
good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Shut up, Cole.
The- the-
I love it.
Yeah, the only thing more entertaining than voice acting and
That
having
movie
fun
is so good.
is terms and conditions. So of course they marry
And
perfectly.
then they made that
Yeah.
abomination.
Which
Exactly.
we should definitely also post those on.
Terms and conditions.
Yeah, we're gonna post. We're actually gonna start posting them on our TikTok too, and then you
I
If
was
you
rolling
want
that
to, you
back
can
because
just,
Lethal was talking about
duet those and stuff. I don't know. I don't know how to talk the ticks, but we're gonna try.
it. We will.
We should put Terra in charge of it.
I literally have never used TikTok in my life.
Then,
Perfect.
then how did you
So-
get promoted?
I'm a
By
software
not using
engineer.
TikTok.
I don't.
She
Yeah,
made it.
now.
I didn't make. That's true. Well, starting Monday.
Starting Monday.
Hey, everyone! Congratulations to Tara. She just got a big promotion.
Hey!
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very excited.
I don't know anything about her work ethic, but I'm going to assume it's extremely well deserved.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I heard that in her head.
Yeah, I bet.
She's like, I work so hard.
I bet.
So hard.
I talked to my boss about more money maybe someday.
Oh, haven't
That'd
you
be
been there
pushing
like
it
2
this
weeks?
early, dude.
Yeah.
Aren't you getting a little bid for your britches? You've been there like 2 weeks.
So is he.
He just walks in there, throws open the door, and says, listen, I hired you.
Did you interview your boss?
I did
Yeah.
interview my own boss. I
Yeah,
did.
and then
You've
your
been in
boss
the
was like,
questionnaire. How likely are you to recommend me
For a
yeah,
raise.
yeah, if your boss ever questions you, you're just like, hey, you could be petitioning your boss too. Don't get in my way. I'm not getting in yours.
Yeah.
Kind of there.
Anyway,
No,
that was our
actually-
very passive aggressive way of saying, hey, we all have to work jobs just
Yeah.
to keep the studio going. So definitely follow, like, do all of the things.
Mhm.
Join us on this adventure, because if we manage to rise to the top, we're taking all of you with us.
Pop over when you guys want to watch our videos and watch the.
It's a long way to the top.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
If you want to pop
rock
over
roll,
and
rock
watch,
roll,
if after
No, if
Twitch
you wanna
is
play
done
D&D.
and you want to pop
that's
over
it.
and
That's
watch
a
us
long way
afterwards,
too. Yeah,
please
at
pop
this
over and
point,
check our
for
YouTube
sure.
out. Drop a like and subscribe there, just because we post all of our too long didn't watches and all the episodes get re-edited down. So just go over there and give us a watch and a follow. We appreciate it.
Too Long Didn't Watches is a great way to keep up with what happened last week. I know we play them at the beginning of every episode, but they get posted on Thursday. It's really great. Share them around. You know, Mike does a good job of like breaking down what's happened in the episode. We went over some stuff today, so slowly but surely, everything is getting smoother. It's turning into a better process, and we're working as hard as we can. But without like feedback from our community too, we don't really know where we can improve or make these improvements. So especially want to hear from like our subscribers and people who watch us on a regular basis. You know, tell us, you know,
should
what
be
you know.
constructive.
Yeah,
Tell
I-
us something constructive, please.
Yeah.
I absolutely appreciate the feedback. And I
Yeah.
need to take this ring off if I'm using the left hand.
Be what I'm really asking is be one bit better than the YouTube comment section. That's it.
You suck.
That's
Kill
a
yourself.
and that's a low
Yeah.
bar. So
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
low bar.
yeah, you should be able to handle it.
Yeah.
Let's circle back though. I highly recommend you guys interview your next boss when they get hired. Pretty great.
I might just.
Don't they kind of don't most interviews present you the opportunity to like, hey, are there any questions you want to ask me? Yes.
You know
yeah,
what,
where do
just
you
for
see
my
yourself
next-
in 5 years?
Just for my next interview, I'm going to sit down and be like, I was told I'd be conducting this interview.
Yeah.
And then I'll just start asking questions.
Yeah.
That's a level of
Confidence
confidence.
is
Yeah,
key.
we're talking about that today. Confidence is key.
Yeah, my buddy
Yeah.
Sid Warhite has been doing a lot of interviews recently because his contract's getting ready to expire. And he was telling me some of his wonderful experiences. One of the questions they asked him in his last interview, which is a really horrible interview, was name a time you had to lie at work. Like you
Wow.
were required to lie at work or related to your job. And then
I'd just be like, my boss asked me to lie about something. Anyway, they're fired now.
That's a good one. Yeah, he was his answer because he was frustrated was this interview was the last time I had to lie. He just wanted to get out there. I was like, "Geez, man."
See, at that point, like,
That's
even
a
before-
terrible question.
There are some savage
Awful.
things I love about Sieg Warhite. He social cues and stuff. He doesn't care for him. He just gives it to you straight. I love it. Something like that.
You don't even have the excuse of like a dog. What was that?
Pretty sure it was Mike's toes.
No, it wasn't.
Well,
Did
it
it feel
wasn't.
like snakes?
It was you. I'm looking
Did
at
it feel like a snake?
I'm right. Yes.
Did it
you-
feel
I'm,
slimy?
I'm on my side.
Did it feel slimy?
No, it did not.
Did it
No,
feel
Mike's toes do not feel slimy.
I didn't touch your toes.
Did
You
it
touched something
feel-
that touched me.
like
That
it
is
had
more
no
li-
soul?
liable. My toes curled around
Yeah, I
the
get
microphone cable and tugged it, and then you freaked the fuck out. So it's
Okay,
exactly
it's
what
probably
happened.
the microphone cable.
Mm.
They're not like
Stop playing
that,
with the
though.
equipment.
I'm
while you're under there.
fidgeting!
Yeah.
Stop.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we wonder
Fidget
why
spinner.
stuff breaks.
Which, by the way, we're buying one for you.
Fidget spinner.
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
giving you a fidget spinner.
Yeah.
Huh, why?
I can't say that's not fair.
In some
'Cause
of our video edits, we've noticed weird noises, and we've managed to figure out that sometimes it's just you.
Well,
Yeah.
It's
We
like
spotted
tapping
when we
things
just-
or whatever.
yeah, she tries.
She does
a
her best.
lot of
You do a great
hair
job.
fidgeting.
Yeah, it's fine.
But we're
It's fine.
giving you
It's
one.
cool.
Yeah,
Well,
Yeah.
okay, so what I do, because I do not have a fidget spinner, I'll take 2 dice, it
Yes.
doesn't matter what
We were talking
kind,
about that.
and I just like move them around in my
Yep.
hands under the table, and then a lot of times I drop them, and then I have to go under the table and get them back. But I have to be doing something with my hands.
I can appreciate.
I
that.
can absolutely understand
What?
that.
Do we all have something weird we do with our dice?
I
No.
do the same thing over here with the 2 red.
Do you?
I keep them over here.
Those
But I don't
red
rub them
dice?
together. I make sure I
You
space
spin
them
them?
like this.
Okay.
At least I stopped tapping the microphone
Yes.
with my
That's-
pen.
that-
And
that-
I
That
stopped-
came up as a
I
part of
st-
this conversation.
Yeah,
We're like,
I
at least she
stopped
stopped
doing
that.
I do. So I do this a lot. I open this and close it a lot, and I noticed
You're a monster.
sometimes it's down here, but I noticed that it makes quite the noise.
It does.
Yeah. I also keep my dice on ones. They're on ones.
Yeah, so that the dust settles on it and makes it heavier. Yeah,
exactly.
I
Yeah, I
The
just
dust
add-
settles
I
on
just
top,
add
it
more
makes the one
flair.
heavier, then it rolls to the other side.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a 20
To
on the
be
other side, but
fair-
it's going to be heavier.
got you. To be fair, I can't remember the last time you rolled a nat
Side
1.
of a 1.
Ooh, I have though.
It was really. I feel like.
I think it was in the Dragon Tomb fight, the most recent one.
Yeah, you did.
I think it was in there.
I
yeah,
no, I think the
it was an
last time you
attack
rolled a
roll.
nat 1, you were playing your ranger.
Oh, Alaric?
Mm-hmm.
Could have been.
well,
It could have been.
Yeah.
It's been a
Mike
while.
does. Mike
I
does
rolled
the
a
dice
lot of nat
towers.
ones that
Yeah.
time, so that might be where the confusion
Yeah.
is.
I just
and,
add
and
more.
Matt rolls them like he can come do it on
Clear to it.
like
That's
on
Matt's,
command.
Or
that's
possess.
Matt's weird thing
No.
with his dice is he curses
Possess.
them all before he buys them.
This is the real reason we put
Look,
Justin over
warlock.
here,
It's
so that he
interesting.
can try to give us his not rolling nat ones
Yeah.
energy.
Yeah, this is the bad
Exactly.
luck side of the table, and I'm here to be a beacon of hope.
Yeah.
A beacon.
I'll show you a beacon.
See? Now you get why we were high-fiving like that. It's hard to turn all the way. You just gotta.
No, I
time it.
only did that because that's how you guys did it.
Oh.
Yeah, and it worked though.
Oh.
So I thought that's what he was looking for.
I was just.
Well, I
looking for
appreciate the
high five.
continuity.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Keeping the tradition
Where's
alive,
the
man.
good luck side of the table, Alex?
Anyways,
D&D?
I think that takes care of everything we need to. So D&D, we're gonna run the Too Long Didn't Watch, and let's get
D&D.
into playing tonight.
D&D.
Play.
Play?
Mine.
Mine?
Hello and welcome to episode 135 of Legendary Recap. Red-eyed problems. Locke's eyes have turned red as he rants about the wrongness of this place as he rises up and strikes out at Othion, only for his blade to shatter on his armor.
So what do you all do?
Stunned, I take a step back. Just this bewildered look on my face.
Something isn't right.
I'm gonna move up behind Locke. Depending how far I am, I'll start moving towards Locke.
Okay.
What did I do?
I think you tried to kill me, Locke.
Othion must arrest Locke as tensions rise.
I may have just picked up the title of War Master, but I am still sworn to uphold the laws. Locke, you brought a weapon. I understand if maybe it was attached, but you did not disclose that it was there, and my people will not see it as an accident. So, and then I look Godric in the eyes when I say this. Locke, I hereby place you under arrest.
I push Locke behind me. I'm sorry, what? And I'm gonna walk up and put my face in yours.
So eighth one comes out. She's like, "The Warforged did what to you?"
He broke his dagger on my armor, dear.
He was not himself. Something did something.
I understand, and perhaps they'll take that into consideration in a tribunal.
With Godric being kicked out of Otheon's estate by his wife, he finds camp in a nearby forest. Otheon soon ventures out to find him. As their discussion gets heated, Godric tells him to talk to his gods, and he gets an answer.
A light, bright, falls upon the tree in the grove, this massive oak. Orbs of light begin being pulled up from the tree. And then there is a crack of sound, and the clouds above the grove, when you look through the forest to the sky, part ways, and a light intensifies and hits the ground in front of you. After you kind of look away from the blinding light to see, there is a brilliant figure, this tall and powerful blue-skinned angel. Its wings outstretched, made of pure white and golden light, covered in elven armor. This figure kind of just stands there for a moment and then walks forward over to you. And while you're looking up at him, leans down and whispers in your ear. But you can't hear what it's saying to you. You can see it's moving, and there is a sort of ambient emptiness, like almost like an innate whispering. And you know there's words being spoken to you, but you can't hear it. But there is two things that you hear very clearly. Infinite maze. And then as it turns and walks away to back into the light, it says one last thing very clearly. Aklaxia.
Being detained in a room at Otheon's estate, Locke is left to his own devices.
Try as you might, you cannot get that thing to come back. That tower that collapses every time and rebuilds itself. But with a more clear picture of it, you're sure it's either something that you've heard of, seen before somewhere, and you can't remember the book, and you can't remember the legend. But you know somewhere in the deep amounts of lore that you have consumed over the years that there is some place that matches the description of this object in the world. A story about a tower that builds itself every night and crumbles every day. This thing exists somewhere in this world, but the memories surrounding it and the exact wording, its name, the place where it is, just evades you at every turn. that you try to focus in on this information. Like trying to remember the last place you left your car keys. Just not going to happen. You're going to have to walk that path and go there. Or find out where there is. But you do know that that call is especially resounding. And when you saw it, it was extraordinarily clear that there is some part of you that needs to be there. And this is what you glean through your meditation and time spent going over your book. You also, it took you a little bit longer than usual because you were trying to be low-key about it, but you did finish putting that teleportation circle on the floor. Until next Friday.
What? No! I was.
What?
Oh, what about my thing?
No, we
Do
refuse.
I do the thing?
We refuse.
No, it's too bad.
Fucking refuse.
Too bad.
We refuse.
Too bad.
All in
We will
favor
wait till
of-
Tara's here
Oh.
next Friday, and we will
Oh,
continue.
dude.
fuck. Why
Way
does
to
he have
target
to
the
have
heartstrings.
leverage?
Yeah.
You think that's bad?
And that's your legendary action.
Hey.
Hi, welcome back.
Hey, wow, all
Hey.
that happened. What the fuck, Matt?
I
What the hell?
I saw a good thing and I decided I'd want to throw a wrench in it.
That was a
Listen,
seriously
this is
tense
escapism.
episode.
You don't have to do
What's
what
up?
you do in real life.
Ruin things?
The weirdest yawn face.
I
That
mean,
was me
yeah.
holding back a full yawn.
He's
You
like
know
this.
I adore you, Matt.
Why?
Adore you.
This
Why?
is Mike yawning.
Why?
It's not good.
Because like when I yawn, I'm like I'd go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like it's so unsatisfying to only like half yawn.
Well, that's why I
Like,
was still like, yeah.
Another thing I'm trying to work on not do. This
I
is
just yawned.
fully caffeinated coffee.
Ooh.
Fully caffeinated?
It sure
Not
is.
half calf.
Not half calf, not decaf.
Yeah.
Full caffeine.
I like the calf.
She's like, full caffeine.
Faith. This is
Caffeine.
Oh, man. Gosh. I can't, I literally, I don't know what's going to happen next, but I swear to you, he's going to teleport out of there.
That's revenge upon. Hey, I figured. I suppose. How's this?
What are you doing?
Never mind. English. not
What are you
good.
doing? You're going to have to go pee.
That was good.
He's getting into
Come on, clean that up.
brazen, disrespectful,
A brazen disrespect for his environment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like law.
and his host and himself. I don't know.
We have a kobold, it's fine. Get to work, John.
Don't make me bust out the whip. Put you in the hole again.
Yeah, everyone who knows me, I'm super aggressive and total taskmaster.
You know what? Maybe a little bit of aggression might help you feel better.
You want to,
Healthy.
off camera, would you like to
assertiveness.
punch me?
Actually,
I would.
I've been.
No.
I have-
Let's not do that.
How about off camera, just an open face slap?
Off
between
camera,
friends?
off property,
Yeah, just an
Off
open face
any
slap.
association
Yeah,
with
listen.
that anyway.
behind
I
closed doors. So.
I really don't want to do that.
You know what's funny? So
I'm just saying, I'm down for consensual slapping.
Well,
I found
That-
all my stuff.
that sounds
My
like
tour
something
apartment closet, I
else.
found all my boxing
That
gloves. I
sounds
found all my
like
target
something
mitts. I found all of those. Oh my god, we're gonna
Oh,
have these.
nice.
Well, all right, then let me reiterate this.
mhm.
I'm willing to take some damage if it makes you happy.
Well, I mean, he tried.
It's actually beautiful. Thank you.
He tried, and now you put him in jail. So apparently,
Yeah, what kind of friend just puts another friend in prison? Ugh.
You need help, Locke. You
The
have
court
to-
has determined that was a lie.
Literally
Yeah.
had no choice.
Yeah, you did.
No.
Yes, you did.
Look,
well, you did have a choice.
You
but those
absolutely
choices
had
had
I guess
consequences
for a
you weren't
person
willing
who
to
for a
accept.
person who takes their oaths seriously, I had no choice.
Yeah, but you're a war master now. That's completely
Yeah,
different
the
oath.
choices in
Still
taking
bound
your
by the
oath
laws.
No,
of
no,
my
your
people.
oath changed.
No,
My-
your-
It's like a
your
goddamn
choice-
etch a sketch.
Your
New
choice was taking your oath seriously. You
Yeah.
don't have to.
Exactly.
If you don't
Consequences are
take your oath
consequences.
seriously, then you didn't make your oath.
But you did. It just wasn't. You weren't serious about it. Or maybe you
Look,
changed.
Hundreds of years ago, before
People
I met
change.
Locke, I chose to uphold the laws of my people.
Yes, and
Yeah.
then
And then Locke
And now
shows
you're
up, and I've
older.
known him for 2 months, and somehow he thinks he can subvert hundreds of years of my other relationships.
yes,
Now you're
sorry.
older, wiser. You've actually seen some of the world a little bit.
Seen enough of the
Like a
world.
very little bit?
Seen enough of the world to know if he pulled that shit in bravadas, they'd be doing the same thing.
Wow. Some limited.
That's fair.
That's
fair.
some limited experience defining your.
Ooh, actually.
What?
Hi, Robbie. Yes, you.
Robbie.
Love you. World leader. Good to see you. We need a lucky number tonight.
Lucky number? You know,
Tara should roll.
I never get to.
Sure. Oh no, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, it was
No,
already
you
given
should
to
do
you,
it.
and
We're
now-
in your home.
Mike is not
too
the
busy
arbiter
pouting.
of the
Okay.
number.
She's like, okay.
18.
Ooh, good roll.
There we go.
Like, I'm like, no, I'm too busy pouting. Instead of insisting, like, all right, fine. You roll the dice.
Fine.
I will
Just be
offer
like a
once.
child about it.
I give you one.
In your
Hey, Robbie got it
relationship-
first try.
No way,
No.
really?
Swear to God.
That's awesome. Nice job, Robbie.
Nice.
Nice job, world leader.
I know algorithms are hard, but I'm convinced
Bruh.
I'm a cheater.
Where's my old phone? Actually,
Your old phone.
Old phone?
Yep.
This phone?
yes.
You're welcome.
He's pulling up some deep lore, my
Deep,
friends.
deep lore.
Yeah.
I
That's
was
why we
like-
haven't started playing yet, but we're keeping the top
Yeah.
2 D&D.
Yeah, I was like,
On
Andrew,
deep
I
lore.
know I haven't really talked too much this week, but what's this thing that happened a couple years ago, and what are the intricate details, and what day did it happen on,
Yeah.
and what did everyone in the surrounding area think about that, and how did that event
That's how I'm
affect
gonna
the
remember
global
it.
That's
economy?
good if that's how you remember it.
Yeah.
What were you talking about Tara's notes?
Mm.
Because you should write your notes in the way that helps you remember best,
Yeah.
right?
So I have my section of my notes for the location that we're currently in, which is Elfland.
So I changed, and now I'm doing it by episode number.
Yeah, that's how I do it.
I have a problem with changing my notes.
If you notice,
style.
133 was very minimal because nothing actually happened for me. I was kind of just sitting there.
It's true. You were very
The
quiet.
You can tell how entertaining my brain was that night by how many doodles I
Hey,
had.
chat.
in my
Everybody
my
watching right
paper.
now, who is your favorite monster that we fought so far? Which
Okay.
one was it?
Yeah.
And why is it going to be Locke?
Or
We
if
didn't fight.
Or if you
You
have a
fought.
favorite monster
You
and
just
we
saw
haven't
it.
fought it.
I wanted to fight.
Why
I
haven't
was
we fought
perfectly
it? What
wet
is it?
ready.
Yeah.
If we were in the real world, police would be responding to an attempted murder.
Locke
So
was fully
maybe.
ready
This
to
was
destroy
assault.
I don't
us
know,
all, but then
maybe
his
in a
dagger broke, and he was like, "I was just
gated
kidding, bro."
If I'm just chilling with my friends, for some reason wearing a bulletproof vest,
Mm-hmm.
and Locke's hanging out, and he just suddenly gets really upset
Yeah.
and pulls a knife out and stabs me in the chest, and it doesn't penetrate the armor, so I'm still good.
Yeah.
It's still attempted murder.
It is, but it doesn't necessarily mean the police. Like, what quality of neighborhood are you in? Like, you know? I don't know what kind of friends
I was
you
in your
have,
home. You didn't
but
have to press charges.
If I'm hanging out
The
with my
law
friends,
is the law. It doesn't matter what neighborhood you're
So
in.
you're the square of the friends, then.
I am a
Guys, this might be a little illegal.
Yeah.
No. If I choose, so
square.
I'm going to argue against the legality for sure. I'm going to argue, no, we shouldn't do this. We shouldn't do this. But once we're through that door, fucking committed. Okay, I'm committed.
Because in this instance, it feels like you called the cops. Like,
You're gonna have
He
to.
stabbed a
You're
cop.
gonna have to search through
gotcha.
through your notes. Like I don't know if you can do a word search or whatever, but you're gonna have to dig through all the references that you can think of or find of Patty, because I cannot find my original notes. I think were on my old phone, and they're it's been factory reset, so I can't get them.
Wait, you're not just a constant lexicon of perfectly memorized information behind that screen? Are you
This
telling
one,
me that DMs are people too?
this one, I probably could have been if we had all taken the time to pursue this avenue
Yeah.
then maybe I would have refreshed myself and gone through it earlier. But we haven't talked to or resolved Patty and Brittle in a while. So
Do you ever feel that
It's-
pressure though, as a
it's
DM,
hard.
to no matter what have the exact answer with like
Fuck no.
without looking like you're looking something up?
No.
I feel this pressure. I feel like sometimes when I'm behind the screen and somebody asks me a question about my own storyline that I've been writing, they're like, "Oh, what was that dude's name again?" And I'm like, "I don't remember," or I don't, I haven't brought it up in 7 episodes is almost 2 months, right? So it's like I haven't brought that up in 2 months. I'm like, oh please. I feel like a failure as a DM if I have to look up my own stuff.
That's nonsense.
I don't feel that way about my DMs. Like I'm like, cool, he's got to look it up. No big deal. I'll get the name in a minute. But for me, I feel like I messed up.
the problem is I'm 100% sure I have this name somewhere. I know it's got to be here somewhere, but we're talking I have at least a stretch of like 30 episodes
Oh,
worth
at
of
least.
notes I have to dig through right now to see if I can find the spot where I put it. And I've already gone through a few, and I'm like, this isn't. It's taking too long.
Because this is
It's
back
fine.
before Rivergate. This
It's
is
fine.
time ago.
I got. We'll be
I can
fine.
tell you their last name is Gaffelstoffson, so
Oh, there's no way he spelled that correctly when he wrote it down.
Mhm.
What? There's just no way.
I know.
You're not wrong.
I'm laughing at the truth
Oh, sorry.
of that. Because I went, I wonder if I wrote his name down. And he said his last time, I never wrote that fucking name down once. Because even if I thought
yeah,
of
you did. I bet you it's in Phelan's notes. I bet you it's all there.
He's like, the
I
joke's on
think-
you. Thalen didn't take any notes.
No, I actually, I wrote a lot of stuff down as Thalen. What I was thinking, I was like, is that on? Like, do I still have that notebook like right there? Because the problem is I had 2 notebooks as Thalen.
Hey, Cobalt, did anybody answer what their favorite monster fight was?
Leshen.
Leshen was really good.
I didn't like that one.
Oh,
No? Why not?
I got torn apart.
Ulthion wasn't there.
Yeah.
The demon, is it? Wait, which demon? Oh, just recently.
Yeah,
that was
a
not
good
his.
one.
No, that was scary.
That was unnamed demon number 5.
Yeah, he was not unnamed. We just didn't get it.
I'm
Yeah.
We did not get his name in
Demon.
that drive-by.
I'm just saying that my personal favorite is probably still that fucking Beholder, man.
I wish I could have.
I didn't like that
I
one.
never fought.
Hey, I should not like it for the same reasons.
Also, hold on.
It
Hey,
got
listen, there's more than one in Terrowyn. I'm just
That's
saying.
true.
dude.
I've also never fought a dragon larger than roughly the size of a horse.
One of them came back.
So,
My fucking ass
Like
was
a young-
dead.
young is
Juvenile?
bigger than a horse. Juvenile.
Yeah, about
juvenile.
juvenile. It was a black dragon, and it was in a module.
Yeah.
He was nasty. We're fighting him in a swamp, and man, did he make us work for it. It was cool. It was really cool.
All right.
Trin might not be a bad pick.
We're gonna
either,
move on
Robbie.
for that, and then I'm going to. We're just gonna continue mine because I can't find the answer. I'll try to look for it this week, I guess.
Yeah.
For now
Justin,
on, we refer to this
Justin.
person as Gafflestomper.
Or-
Gafflestomper.
Patty's father.
Gaffleston.
You have been inspired by the world leader.
So they play Risk, and Robbie is kicking their ass.
Risk Legacy.
Robbie
is
As
Legacy.
a whole another animal than
Yeah,
just
a
regular
Risk
Risk.
Legacy. And Robbie is kicking their ass, which makes him the world leader.
Mhm.
And he is in the chat right now making some moves. So, to contextualize it for your little Dakota rings, that's what they're talking about.
Next time we play, we should all keep those.
I don't know
All right.
if there's enough room for
So,
There is.
Yeah, I got. I'm good.
There is. I hope they heard that. I like the idea of whispering to people, but knowing full well that the mic can hear me, because then it's like they're included in my secret. Just you don't get to hear it.
You know what thing I like? I like
I'm
post
really
secret.
happy to be here. I had a good week, and I'm topping it off with great friends.
let me try one last thing.
I just want to try one thing. I want to see if this makes us closer as friends. Don't move.
Oh, I thought they were gonna kiss.
I'm just gonna caress you. Come on, man.
I thought you were going for my eyebrows.
No, do the God and
No, your eyebrows look great.
Adam.
Oh, the creation of Adam?
Oh,
Yeah.
No.
don't leave me hanging. Don't leave me hanging.
I was.
Yeah.
Are you Adam or God?
Well, you got the whole Adam thing going right now.
Yeah. So you gotta be God. You gotta. Be...
I don't know the art that we're referencing.
What?
Like I know what it is.
In
I don't.
stereo.
I can't.
It's like from the
You're-
intro sequence to Death Note.
So,
no,
so,
no, no.
so,
No, so I know
Mike,
of it. I
Mike.
just can't distinctly remember
Mike.
the pose.
he is below you in the frame, and God is
Yeah,
doing.
and I'm like
this.
laying out, like
So
splayed
just
out,
point
like
down.
I'm hot and muscular.
You just point
I've
down
got a
like
very
this.
Yeah.
small
No,
testicle.
like this. Frame the frame like this.
That's my favorite
Oh yeah,
part.
and I go like this.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Hold on, look at this. Look at this. Where you at? You're down there.
I need my
gotta
glasses.
Go, I gotta go this way. Oh, okay. There we go. Just you know what? Just high five me. Ready? Ready? Right. Whoa! Stop! Stop! Right.
1,
It
2.
froze. Oh no! There.
3.
Yeah, we're children.
Terrible.
Yeah, you're
Terrible.
Children. Children.
Oh, okay. So I'm just kind of like, yo, what's up, bro?
That's a really interesting picture because God's like, hey, and Adam's like, stop.
Dude, I said that. What's up, dude?
Hey.
Jeez.
We didn't say hi
Yeah.
at work like
So when I was on that side of the table, me and Mike had this high five thing going on. We
Mhm.
got to figure out something for this side of the table.
Don't you like just link arms and?
Or Matt and I high five over you.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's okay. I still kind of like it.
I'm included.
All right. So, Trin, up in the estate, you find a nice, quiet little spot, a little private space, a little what looks like some sort of lounging room. to kind of get away from everybody else in order to, reach out to this person that you know. You're not sure that a message will arrive quick enough, so you are just in this quiet spot. Ultheon has left to go find Godric, and Locke is more than likely pouting in his room.
He doesn't pout.
Definitely pouts.
If that were milk, it'd have been bubbles.
Yep. And you have this moment to kind of figure out who you want to contact, because ultimately, really what you need somebody who knows about Warforged to come here if they can, but they need to be able to arrive tomorrow. And the only way to do that is through either a waystone or a teleportation spell to somewhere.
All right, so I take a seat, exacerbated, searching my noggin for the answer and exploring some of the stories that I know. I pull out of a bit of desperation Thalen's book, because I remember reading something about a Warforged in there. So I pull the book out. I pull the book out with my prop book, and I read through it, and I search for the section.
Go on.
Here it is. Hopefully this is really her and not some surname. Thalen, I'm really betting on you. All right. So I reach into my sack and I pull out a handful of sand. And I set the book down in front of me, and I close my
Check
eyes.
your messages real quick.
And I read my messages really quick.
Yeah, just real quick, just to make sure.
Unacceptable. Why is it in a search? Why is it doing this? And why is John up? Why is the
kobold?
why is the kobold updating me with stuff?
Because he's a good kobold? He's talking about the message.
Yeah.
The unacceptable message.
All right. Hopefully, this isn't some
There will
flight
be
of fancy.
punishments.
And so I start pouring the hand full of sand over the book as I close my eyes and I focus on Patty Gaffel Stopson. Patty Gaffel Stopson. Patty Gaffel Stopson. As I cast Dream.
Okay.
And so...
What's casting the spell like?
It's a fucking dream, bro.
We're about to find out. I think.
Basically,
I know nothing about
from
I don't
my
know. Very
perspective,
bard spell.
my vision is overtaken by a purple haze, and not the one you're probably thinking of. A purple haze, and I kind of pop out of my body. It's almost like astral
You know that
projection,
king you're looking for is a dark elf,
and suddenly everything starts getting darker as I float up.
the one place you have never
And
looked.
I float up out of the building, over the trees, and then it fades to black
Symbol of
as I
unification.
rush through this vast emptiness, looking for the consciousness of
Just gonna
Patty.
remind you every once in a while.
Through the spell, I become a messenger, and I can visit her in her dream if she's resting.
Okay.
So I basically open up my channels, searching for her and if she's resting.
Okay.
And I wait for, if she's not currently resting, I continue focusing, Patty, waiting for that channel to open. And this can last for 8 hours if it has to.
Okay. So, with the passage of time being exceptionally ambiguous, after rushing across the continent of Eridor and searching for this consciousness, this connection, this link to the dreaming state, you find a point of light in this the empty vastness of like the spaces in between this dream world. And you see a small child, a gnome with blonde hair, and she has these pigtails, and she's running around this workshop space, this artificer space. And she's laughing and she's having fun, and then you see and recognize her father, Wilbus, is in there, and he's working on this large piece of armor, this ancient warforged that's been gutted. You can see kind of all the parts and the mechanisms on the inside, but there's no soul automata in there. And he's kind of got this welding torch and this magical device that he's using to like fuse the parts together and replace the gears and the mechanisms on the inside. And Patty runs over to this other gnome, this gnome lady, looks very much like her, and she jumps up on her lap, and they're laughing, and she's kind of talking to her, and the gnome like taps her on the nose, and they touch foreheads together. And off to the side, that's when you realize that you see a much older version of the little girl. She's kind of standing off to the side, and she's quietly sobbing as she's experiencing this dream. And you're able to kind of walk over to her.
Yeah, I kind of float in behind her as to not intrude. But I'm gonna intrude. And I take a few soft steps up behind her. Patty. Excuse me, Patty.
So she just almost, like in tears, she just kind of, without turning, just kind of moves her arm, and she says, "No, go away."
Patty, I'm sorry, there's a lot at stake. This is obviously not a good time, but I can't wait for a good time. My name is Trin. I'm visiting your dream. I'm not a part of you.
So again, she responds, "I don't care. This is the only time I have with her now that she's gone. Leave me be."
Who? The only time with who?
Doesn't matter. Leave me be. Please. This is my only respite.
I'm sorry. I understand, but my life is at stake. Possibly more than that. I wish that I could give you both your space and get these answers, but I need to talk to you about this. As I raise my hand, a ghostly wave of smoke forms into Thalen's book. Do you know Thalen? You've heard that name before?
Yes. Yes, I have. What of him?
I have his writings, and he speaks of a warforged, brittle, and some terrible fate that befell her. But I have a warforged friend named Locke, and he's really special, but he's been affected by something. He turned into almost a monstrous version of himself, but not himself, with red eyes. And I found this chapter from Thalen. Brittle went wild with the eyes of red. With every brutal swing came a splash of red. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men, 4. all her foes lay dead on the floor. And it sounds very reminiscent of what's happening to my friend now. But no one believes him. And I don't know anything about Warforged, and I think you're the only one that can help.
So she straightens up and tenses, and then turns around to face you. And there is an aura of heat and fire kind of radiating from her body. And she just gets very serious. Why would I ever help those who left my mother to burn in Avernus alone?
That's a fair point.
From what I understand, they didn't even necessarily have a choice of getting out. They were pulled out. Maybe I can reach out to the mages that pulled them out. Maybe we can help find your mother. It's not like they would leave her there on purpose. I can't believe that from not the people I know. They wouldn't just leave her there.
Well, then you better learn to believe, because they can tell me themselves if they are not cowards. I had to search for this answer on my own through resources. It took time, and all the while, I was left with my best friend in the whole world, gone for months, only to find out that she wasn't just my friend, that she was my mother. The last bit of it that I had, my only connection to her, is now gone. I will not help them. They, who I thought were my friends, are brutes and betrayers. They can come face me themselves. Now, leave me to my memories with my mother.
Is she... What do you know about where your mother is now? Is she gone?
She's dead. They left her in Avernus.
But do you know... Maybe we can get...
There is no getting anybody back from there. It would take the power and work of a deity to do anything, any such action. Leave me be.
But they came back. Why not your mom?
And she just turns away from you and stops responding. And she walks forward into the dream, and she disappears. And the dream begins to disillusion and waver, and you lose the connection to her.
What was that? What? They didn't know. They would have gone back. I mean, we're still waiting to hear from Hargraves. Maybe Altheon can help. But with everything, what do I do? As I fade back into my body and land, and I just open the book and I keep reading those sections, and well, I know this is true now. But will they believe it? And I just sit and I read and I rack my brain trying to think of what I'm going to do and how I'm going to present when this all comes to pass in the coming day and time runs out.
As the foremost expert in the world on Warforged and how to repair them, there is no other place that Locke could go to figure out what's wrong with him.
That's a fair. That's fair. Sorry.
I guess if we can get him out of here, I guess we'll just have to take them. Because that took so much. So as I'm gonna try and I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna start to pour the sand again and reach out. I don't have any other choice. Wilbus. As I start pouring the sand again and I cast Dream one more time.
Okay.
Because if she won't help me, maybe her father will.
Traveling through the
It's gonna be fine.
astral plane, through the dreams.
I know.
His is a mind that you cannot find at the moment.
Damn it. Wonder if he's even still around. I hope this is enough. This is, after spending this energy trying to seek out these dreams in the ether, I just set my pack as a pillow and I lay back. And I try and use my drowsiness to explore my creative mind and hope.
As you lay down, to kind of throw this pillow down and get comfortable, you get a response from Inara to your message. Trin, as luck would have it, I was already in Eridor. I'm at the Phoenix Gate. I can be there right away. I will speak on behalf of everyone and use what influence I do have to help discuss his character.
Oh. It's something. They revere the dragons. You wonderful woman. As I kiss the golden note, and then it like sparkles into nothing with a sigh of relief. And then I just try and rest.
Okay. All right. That brings us over to Ulthion. Hitting the edge of your estate and going up the long path to your home. You pass some of the guards who are on duty, just doing what they're supposed to. They're staying vigilant. All the other guests and all the other people have cleared out. Everyone's gone home, so it's basically just the staff, the family staff, and your friends, Locke and Trin, who are on the property at this point.
Tell me, friends, has Lady Aethwen gone to rest yet?
Whoops. Accidentally closed the old notes there. They're opening. Hold on, they're opening. Computer's having a. The notes are having a moment.
Sometimes elves just take a long time to respond to each other.
God.
True.
It's a very pregnant pause, but
Yeah.
elf on elf time, so it
I
lasts
ask and the
forever.
elf looks up at me. We lock eye contact for 3 to 40 minutes.
There we go. So, Fanway, just simply responds, I do believe she did.
All right. Any updates on the Warforged or anything? All
No,
quiet?
I've rotated out with one of the other guards, and he's standing at the door. It hasn't been that long, but ultimately this was unfortunate because we hadn't had a chance to eat, and we were waiting for our turn to take time off and enjoy the festivities from town.
Oh,
So,
I'm sorry. Please feed yourselves. I don't think any attack is imminent.
I believe Dorgalar said that he was going to bring us all a meal.
All right. Well, please never starve yourself on my accord. I am sorry that you were unable to eat during the festival.
Well, all should be well.
All right. Well, I think I'll probably turn in as well. Maybe visit Trin before. Do not hesitate to wake me if anything happens, of course.
If anything should happen, I think everybody would notice.
Probably true. Thank you.
Either way, when it's our turn to rest, we shall do so, and we will inform the relief guards when they arrive.
All right. I'll just nod and walk off looking for Trin.
It doesn't take you long. One of the staff kind of says that he's taken up residence in the lounging one of the lounging rooms. And when you show up and look through the doorway, you see him laying there with his head on a pillow, and he's just in the middle of the floor, just kind of chilling.
Yeah. Trin, are you awake?
Yes.
Good. Would you mind going for a walk with me?
You know how I feel about walking.
It's a short hike, but it's worth it.
Fine. As I sit up and I flop my bag back and stand up and I brush myself off. Where are we walking to?
A favorite place of mine, not too far from here, up on the hill. Actually, had meant to show Locke earlier today, but that's right out.
I guess. I suppose so. Has anyone checked on him? I know I'm not supposed to see him because of laws.
Well, I suppose the nice thing about being an incarcerated warforged is you don't need any real creature comforts, food or water, or anywhere to leave your waste. So, one
Yeah,
thing
but
I can say is that he's probably fine.
what if he goes red eyes and rips his arm off and starts beating the walls with it and throwing robot poop and limbs out of the window or something?
Well, I think you and I both know that robot poop isn't a thing. That being said, if he ripped off his arm and started beating the walls, that would probably be the best case scenario. So,
That doesn't make me feel better.
walking bomb.
That really doesn't make me feel better.
It's not that far, and we'll be fine.
All right. I suppose let's go.
I am going to take turn up to my favorite place, near my home at least, up by the obsidian cave where the phoenix used to live.
Okay.
On the way, what do you... Didn't really get a chance to speak. What do you think about what happened with Locke? Or what's
Well-
going to happen?
I think it's not just a lock thing, and I do think it was out of his control. It wasn't him. It wasn't the Locke we know. It was like a distorted version of who he really is. And I've seen stuff like that before.
Right.
And you just know when you see it.
Well, I don't think anyone's questioning whether or not it was him acting. It doesn't change the fact that he's dangerous and rules were broken, and an investigation will need to happen. We're not planning on imprisoning him forever or executing him or anything like that. Yes, it is a serious moment and a lot is at stake, but it will be okay.
Yeah, I know, because Anara's coming.
Is she?
Yeah. She said she'll be here right away. She's actually nearby. She'll be here tomorrow for everything that's gonna happen. And I found some evidence myself in Valen's book. He talks about something similar happening. But
Similar happening to another Warforged?
yeah. I know you're not the circle and your magic works differently, but you can't pull anyone out of hell, can you?
Out of Avernus? I suppose the arcane and divine magics would be accessible here, but you'd have to know very important details, like where this person is, and it's not as simple as just opening a gate and pulling them through. Lives would probably be lost.
Well, it just seems from some of the stuff I've read and the person I talked to. Apparently there are more than just Hargraves that got hurt. The Warforged that I'm referencing also got caught in the events of Rivergate. But apparently she didn't make it out.
Godric spoke of a Warforged in Rivergate, one that fought alongside them. Is that the same?
Yeah. Apparently, with their soul automatoma thing, it's not necessarily as they're not born like that. They're implanted like they were other people before, and I wonder who Locke was, because this Warforged apparently, from as far as what the experts were saying, is actually someone's mom. But now she's not just dead, she's trapped.
Well, I hate to say it, but since I started traveling with the group, I've noticed a tendency to abandon those on the fringes. I don't think it's on purpose. I think Thunder Dangerous is easily distracted. But
Well, they have a really important mission.
they do. Perhaps they should be a bit more discerning about who they let in, then.
Yeah.
The cost for our line of work is great, and not everyone should have to pay it. If she was a mother, and if her daughter truly needed her, then it is the responsibility of the group to turn that help away at times.
I don't think they really knew. At least not everything. It's hard when you learn things you didn't know at the time. But even though you didn't know, it really feels like it matters, because it does matter. Anyway, I'm hoping I got just enough help for tomorrow.
Well, I think the voice of a dragon will lend itself quite well. The proceeding, if it is to happen tomorrow, may seem stiff and even cold, but trust that there is a process and that it is a fair process. Please. There are a lot of controls in place so that we wouldn't know, so we wouldn't have any advantages towards swaying this council left or right. We won't know who's on it until it's announced. We're not allowed to have contact with any of them. A representative will be named. There is a gray area here, but it's likely that could be myself. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, I intend to speak on Locke's behalf.
I know it's an upsetting situation. But don't think that it's lost on me that you have a lot of at stake, too. Because independent of how this place runs and all your rules, this is your home. So I just wanted to say that I appreciate it, everything you're doing. And in trying to help, I'm sorry if Thunder Dangerous put you at odds.
I understood the risks when I invited you. I would like to make it known that I did originally plan to come here by myself, though.
Yeah, but it's not like Locke's ever done that before. I mean, we prepped for Godric. He's been on his best behavior. But you can't account for Red Eye, world domination, evil villain stuff out of nowhere. It's definitely not in his character. Yeah, he can be a little flippant, especially when we go out and there's a bunch of gross food and people are gross. They're fascinating.
Trinch. We're here.
What?
I point over to the this. It's not really a cave entrance. It's a at the top of this small hill. There's this almost concave, carved out area, and in the center a small rise. The ground around, including the rise itself, is in most places blackened, glassed over obsidian. And from this point on the hill, you can see Mindrathis in the distance and my villa, my home nearby. Just a little quiet, please. I come here to think, focus. The magic is particularly strong.
Your divine magic?
Just this place is closer to what matters than other places. As I walk in, a phoenix roosted here. Phoenix has a special meaning amongst my people.
So it's not a big red flamey bird? It's like something else that you call a phoenix?
No, it's a big red flamey bird.
Oh, well that kind of explains the
glass.
ground.
As I step and it like cracks a little.
Wanted to show Locke. He's so sure that this place feels off. There is a purity in rebirth and redemption. And maybe he would have seen it here.
Maybe. Sounds kind of like it gets messier before it gets cleaner.
Isn't that true about everything?
But I think all he can really see is the mess. Or what he perceives as a mess.
You know, he is warforged, and maybe even if he doesn't realize it, if you are made specifically for one purpose, everything is going to look like it's part of that purpose.
I don't know, that's kind of warforged.
Right, you know, to a hammer, everything is a nail.
But if they're people, are they hammers? Or are they just people who think they're hammers?
I suppose each and every one of them is a bit different.
Well, that's kind of what I wonder is... Like Locke, he doesn't really talk about himself ever. He's always observing. He separates himself. It's like he's so pragmatic. It's almost like a way of protecting himself. I kind of wonder if maybe this magic and some of these spells are underlying memories of who he used to be. Or what he used to be.
Well, I don't think it matters what he used to be. It matters what he wants to be, and where he will go now. The elves here on Eridor, we reincarnate when we die. Our souls eventually return to the pool, and from there we are birthed again to live new lives. Some of our past may lend itself subconsciously, but ultimately our reputation, our respect is all gathered in the here and the now, not off of what we did in a past life. And I can only see the same thing for a warforged, whether he was a murderer or a maniacal being or a great hero. It doesn't matter what he was, it matters what he is. Instead of focusing on that lost past, I'd focus more on the future you may be losing while looking the other direction.
Yeah, you're doing that big philosophical thing. But sometimes it's hard to look at the future when everything's colored by other things, outside influences or mistakes. I know as well as many how that can be. He's so pragmatic. I think you can see potential when it's obvious. But when it's not so obvious and it's hard, and it's messy, I think that's where he really struggles. And I think he's messy right now.
I think he needs to learn that struggle isn't supposed to be done alone. We can't help him sitting here theorizing how he may or may not work.
But how do we, if he won't let us in, how do we get close to him? Godric and him, there's an underlying, but it's the very machismo. We love each other so much that we dare not speak its name. You know? It's like, yeah, they'll get mad and worked up, but only in certain moments. The rest of the time you would never know.
What do you hope to be when this is all over? Say we defeat Takesis and save Terrowyn. What do you hope to be? Better than you were before, right? Something greater than you are now? Not in the sense of glory, but in the sense of self. Correct?
I don't know. I kind of try and focus on the here and now.
That's fine, but ultimately, as a group, we reinforce, support each other. And what that means is that we need to grow. if that machismo don't speak it thing is working for Godric and Locke, then we can look at it. Does it need to be supported, or does it need to be exhorted? Do we push aside their will and explain to them that it's time to hug it out, or do we... what do we do? The point is, even with Katerina going through what she went through, it wasn't enough that we were just there for each other. We also needed to be able to help her grow. We still have a lot of work to do there. But she's opened up. She's willing to talk about things now that she probably would have kept secret before. At least I hope. So we just continue to be there for them and see how that works.
Hopefully your family, as I like gesture out over the horizon, hopefully they can take some of this on themselves, because it sounds like good advice for them too.
Maybe.
Because that's kind of why this is all happening, isn't it? To one extent or another.
If you have for hundreds of years an enemy at your gates, a constant threat on the outside, your biggest fear stops being them as you get used to fighting them. Your biggest fear starts being what can happen inside the gates. So when we bring people in who aren't fighting the same battles as us, who don't have the same perspective as us, any chaos they cause inside causes us to look away from the walls we are protecting. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong, just hoping that you can understand that fear that we have of how people act inside our city, inside our walls, in the places where we're supposed to feel safe. It's there for a reason. It may seem regimented, or I don't think a single elf would deny that there is a fear that lingers on all of us. But we need to know that the people here aren't going to hurt us on the gates, on the walls.
It'd be nice if life worked that way.
Right, well, it does here a lot of the time. I didn't bring you up here to necessarily worry about the problems we're facing now, though. This is where I come to find peace, to relax. So I figured I'd ask you, do you want to continue dealing with the problem? If that's the case, we go back down the hill and see what we can figure out before we go to bed. Or do you want a distraction?
A distraction?
You want a distraction? I hand you my sword. What do you know about elven history?
Well, I know a bit. But I wouldn't say I'm an expert. I've only had, what is it? 10 years to figure it out.
But you do walk in lore.
Yeah.
Perhaps you can help. There's something...
The world is a bigger place than just the elves when it comes to lore.
What? Impossible.
Yeah. There's a whole lot of perspectives and philosophies and just people being people. And by that I mean dwarves, halflings, everybody, goblins, even bugbears.
Even bugbears. I sense I ask because I sense a magic on this blade, and I know it's of great import. Alatrari himself picked it for me in the ritual. I have yet to attune to it, though. And I thought maybe you could help me. There's some secret... I don't know if you can feel it as well, but when I wield it, I sense almost a whisper.
Oh! Said something really quiet. His accent is really heavy, too. I'm gonna keep listening for a little bit. And I'm going to try and use my eloquence and resonance to see what secrets I can decipher from the sword.
Make an Arcana check.
Oh, I'm half proficient, even though half proficiency isn't a thing. Look at that. Look at skills. Aha! Aha! If only I could inspire myself.
You're awesome.
Inspired.
There.
Watch. You're awesome.
I'm gonna do the Yamcha thing because I'm sitting over here.
Oh, you do the Yamcha thing.
Oh!
No way!
Oh shit!
Fucking works, bro!
Nat 20!
What?
22!
Yes!
Woo! Look, elbows to elbows.
Elbows to
That's all
elbows.
things.
Except all the times the
Yeah.
Yamcha didn't work.
Yeah.
They're just thrown out the window just now.
Just now.
Yep.
It's reset.
Yeah, it's reset.
The
It
power
works.
of Yamcha has been revealed.
Casino? After? Casino? We're taking Yamcha.
Take Yamcha with us. Just set him down on the craps table.
Yeah. So, sir, that's not allowed.
He gets the crap
That's
beaten
allowed
out of
tonight.
him, so
Yeah.
you don't have to.
Yeah.
I want that shirt.
I can hear you on the
With
playback.
just the sound of the wind blowing through the trees up here on the crest, there is a harmonious sort of tune playing through the air. It's subtle and it's echoing off of the obsidian floors very quietly. A very soft melody in the area that you can pick up on. There's an ancient history, and something is here still. Some leftover ancient presence is still here in the zone. And after a few moments, you realize what it is you're gleaming into the music, the harmony of the phoenix itself that it would make when it was resting here. It had these lovely low tone melodies that it would play out. Then there is a slight synchronization between the weapon itself, and you hear words being spoken in Elvish.
Which I do speak.
A phrase. And it's asking to be bonded with its wielder. It's calling for it, for its true purpose. And that's all you hear. For that brief moment, you were connected to some ancient power, some ancient past, this history of this place. And then, as quickly as it's there, it disappears in silence, leaving just the rustling of leaves.
So, you would wield the sword.
Well, I'm meant to wield it. I don't understand.
Do you truly believe that?
I believe that, yes, I believe the sword was given to me by Olatrari himself. I don't think I'm meant to give it to someone else.
It calls out for you. Its wielder. And it's bound for a greater purpose. Which if you are to wield it, then I can only imagine it's your purpose. So the secret of the sword falls on you.
Well,
The real question is, what is that purpose?
I suppose that was a very philosophical way of saying that the sword's going to do what I need it to do. But
Provided you follow what your purpose is.
of that, I have no doubt I will do. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I suppose it wasn't. It was special. But I think you would have found your way with it anyway. You didn't need my help.
Perhaps, but I figured you might want to hold it. You see the dark wood handle there? They don't really make them that way anymore. It tells me that either someone took great care in replicating this weapon, or that it was forged and used during the War of Sorrows, which is a very long time ago. It's a great honor.
Yeah.
I miss Soraya's wrath already, though. Used to leaning on my weapon.
Well,
I can walk so far.
you know what they say. If everything's honorable, nothing's honorable. As I push you and I start running down the hill.
Nobody says that. That's not how that works at all, Tren. I am going to show Tren why elves are incredibly graceful and swift. I'm gonna beat him
No,
in a
he's
race
not.
down the hill.
No, he's not.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna move.
Nimble escape.
So nimble escape gives you, for nimble escape, when you guys make this acrobatics test, I'm going to give you advantage on it.
Ooh!
Nimble escape.
Ooh!
So he is especially spry and like runs. You can only imagine with the kind of speed and hurry needed of things that are much smaller being preyed upon by things that are much bigger than them.
Why do you gotta
This is-
colorize it like that?
This is instinct. He's goes down the path and definitely jumps over vines and over the roots of these great trees that overgrow this elfstone path that leads up here.
Over the river and through the woods, Cathalin's
It's surprisingly. You're a little impressed. You're a little impressed at how quick he moves. You've never seen him do something like this before. But either way, this is your home and you've run up and down this pathway a million times. And he doesn't know that there's a small shift and dip in the ground coming up, and you're waiting to see if he gets past it. So you guys roll your opposed checks.
I would like advantage based on the fact that I'm an elf, and elves are better than you.
I'm going to give you advantage based on the fact that you've been running this path for years.
For hundreds of years.
Mhm.
Do you want another one?
Yeah, look at one of your dice. Look at that. Da, da, da.
All right, at the same time.
Okay.
1, 2, 22.
14. Oh.
Yes.
Thank you.
As I flee, killing.
You begin to catch up with him. You see it coming, and you assume there's no way that he's going to realize that this is coming. But as that passes the thought, you see him come to a slide, kick up the side of the tree, grab the overhanging branch, and swing across it and land on the other side, and just tumbles down the hill and goes. You're so impressed by this display of acrobatics that you kind of just stop and you decide to just kind of give him the win on this one.
Yeah. Give it as it is already earned.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just.
But
You know what?
never let
On the
me
way
know.
down the hill, I'll take a slightly different path and get there even later.
Mm. Gotcha.
As I run into his villa, and I run upstairs and I close the door. I take a seat and I start like resting.
About 3.5 or so minutes later to 4 minutes later, Oltheon comes through the arches of the estate into the open courtyard that makes up the center.
I just call out the window. I've got short up my little goblin. What now? As I'm like dancing in the window.
I look up and just speak to this mischievous window. I say, You didn't follow the proper etiquette of elven races, and as such, you are disqualified.
There's always another law.
You know what's not? You know what goblins are not, Grace One? Victory! Ah! Make him all the rules you want if it makes you feel better. As I hop down and I close the window. Last word.
I like the image of just plop and you see the hand come up.
I just sit and laugh in the courtyard for a little bit. Good night, Trin. Good night. And then yeah, I'll head to bed too.
Okay.
Actually, I'll head to my room, but I'll attune to my sword before bed.
Okay.
Hope your wife doesn't wake up and see you just like holding this sword.
In elven culture, I'm sure it's perfectly fucking normal.
He hopes.
God, I told you to knock.
He hopes that this is acceptable player agency.
Ooh, the sword again.
I'm looking for the thingamabobber that I wrote for the sword. So your chamber is pretty large, but the sleeping area is separated from the sort of general common area, which you can use for like studying. And there's an alcove for books. There's a fireplace and furniture and such for kind of just being in the room, having conversations and spending time with loved ones. Aravelar is particularly fond of, or was particularly fond very early on, of taking your books and putting them in and out of order consistently. So out of habit, one of the first things you do is you go over to this bookshelf and you go through the scrolls and you kind of run your finger across them to make sure everything is alphabetized. And sure enough as it is, there is a V up in one of the A slots, and they've been swapped.
Close.
I'll chuckle and fix them.
Mm-hmm.
Was he clever and he turned it upside down so the V looked like an A?
Probably.
Yeah.
Aside from that, the curtains, the privacy curtains and stuff have already been drawn up in the sleeping area where the bed is. But they're still light enough, and the moon is shining through a balcony that overlooks the outer estate, and down by this like row of colonnades and overgrown, vine wrapped and root wrapped kind of like trees that form these slight arches, just all of them intermingling together to make this semi-covered path that, when the sun is up, kind of just makes these very defined god ray breaks of light. And you remember being like, you can almost just picture yourself being a small child and playing Slayer of demons, and with your mentor and all the people who helped shape you into who you are, your father, your mother, and growing up on the estate. You just have the amount of memories that you have over such a long-lived life is, you feel like an impossible task at times to keep in order, living such a long life, and you still have about 500 or 600 more good ones to go. Eventually you will see a Ravelar grow up and do all the same things that you did. He'll go train and spend time away in the host, in the army, and living a very similar life to the one that you had. All of that is at risk with what happens with Locke tomorrow. Banishment of you for a time being or permanently, depending on the egregious nature of how they decide to view what happened. Even with a pardon on the Alatrari's behalf through you as a lawmaster or prior lawmaster, could result in social sanctions and ostracization, lost opportunities for a Ravlar in the future. Private tutorship, spurred relationships with your neighbors in the estates to which he goes, which is important for making political and familial connections. It's how elves meet and are married, and marriages are arranged, and relationships are built for hundreds of years in the future, which it's all at stake for your family name. The painstaking length of time that it has taken the Amadir household to get where it is, to build this estate. The town is named in honor of the deeds done by your grandfather during the first Dragon Wars. This is your land. But it's already in trouble as it is since your father disappeared. And finances and everything has changed hands, and your wife does the best that she can to manage everything along with Burup's father. But ultimately, with your father experiencing the end of his life cycle and leaving to come to terms with that, the entire estate has fallen into array. And you gleam through this by seeing the books and the notes and the letters, and everything is out here on the table where Aethwin has been working on it constantly. If things don't go exactly right tomorrow, you could be the last patriarch, steward of your family house, as a prosperous and well-received name on Eredor. You hear Aethwin kind of stir for a moment, but she's a heavy sleeper, but she's very active, and sometimes she talks in her rest. Because though elves don't truly sleep, laying down is pretty restful.
It's comfy.
It's comfy.
You can get a REM cycle going in your trance.
Exactly. The trance is... She may be aware of the outside world if you speak to her or approach her, but if elves are left to do so in absolute private, it's be no different than sleeping for a human. It's more than likely that right now she's experiencing reliving some past memory of something in the most vivid way possible, in the kind of ways that humans could never understand. Maybe even a past life. As you're both at the sort of age when you start experiencing some of your very earliest memories of your past lives.
I look in her direction and back down at my sword. I've rested on the table on top of all of these ledgers and books. Back up towards her. I put my hand on the sword, close my eyes, and focus my divine energy into the blade and try to find a union with it.
Okay. So, after a few moments, you hear that divine tone, this low ambience, this harmonious music, this song that sort of is playing in the world, and it's ringing out. And there's a divine sort of presence that you feel when you touch it. There is a flashing of memories, exceptionally erratic. Nothing is in order, but there's an exceptionally long history, a brutal and bloody history associated with this blade. You can hear the whispers of the dead and the past wielders coming through the veil and showing you these signs. And then a voice kind of comes over the top clearly and states a clue to a greater power to you. And the blade, it writes it on the inside of the blade, right in the center, along the straight edge, just this 2 set of elven characters and words just right on top of one another, offset this very small sentence. And then it subsides, and you feel at one with the blade. Just as you did with Soraya's Wrath, it now feels like an extension of your own body. Becomes lighter, becomes faster, even seems to become almost glamored with magic and divine radiance as it connects to you and then thus to Alatrari and his power. It's now an instrument of his righteous vengeance and fury.
I place my forehead on the flat of the blade, whisper in Elven, "Thank you." And then I put the blade right back on the table and quietly take off my armor and my arming clothes underneath, change into something a lot more comfortable, and I'll go lay down with Aethwyn in our very common pose, my back directly against hers, so that we can watch out for each other. And I'll rest.
Okay. And we're going to take a break.
All right. Oh, that was a lot. That was a lot of stuff.
I got a magic sword.
Okay.
I can magic sword.
Yeah, All right, so we're going to take a short little intermission, 10-15 minutes-ish, and then we're going to be right back. So go get your snacks, get your drinks, get your hangout on.
And
while
we're
doing
starting
the
the giveaway.
We're going to run the giveaway.
Give it away, give it away,
Yes,
give it away.
give it away now, like the Red Hot Chili Peppers would say. Give it away now.
Yeah.
Give it all away.
The Lazy Dungeon Master.
Yep.
Bunch of secrets and
Yep.
tools and tricks for maximizing your prep time, for your creating
Yep.
engaging stories for your
Sly
players.
Flourish.
I really want it. I
Sly
want
Flourish,
that.
also known as Michael Shea, longtime D&D player. You can pair up this book. It's really useful. You can actually pair up this book. He has a Twitch channel, and a lot of times he streams his game prep for his regular Sunday sessions pretty early in the mornings, because he has them really early in the day, I guess. But he'll do like a 2-hour prep, and he utilizes his system for what he's advocating for, and you can see it live.
And
If
how it's
for
applied.
and how it's applied. If for some reason like the book isn't quite putting it together, but he uses a lot of index cards and like a coloring idea for highlighters and some other stuff for putting
Does
it all together.
He just live streams the prep? Does he live stream the game too?
No, he doesn't live stream the
That's
game.
really cool.
Yeah, he just live streams the prep, has all the notes on screen so you can see it all. Looks at battle maps. When he was doing his, he was running Ghosts of Saltmarsh. That was really neat because he would have the book open like the PDF, and he would read it and then go through and do the prep using his methodology for each section
That's really cool.
for the characters and
Yeah,
everything.
the
It's
problem
really
with
cool.
streaming your prep is your players.
His metagamer can't
Yeah.
resist.
No, that's absolutely not a
Yeah.
problem. If you have a table that you love and
Yeah.
trust, not a problem at all.
I would trust being able to prep my game with you guys.
I think so.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, but then it's like if they're big fans and they watch the prep and then they watch the game. I guess there's still stuff there because it's encountering the plans or encountering the players.
Well-
Will it go according to plan?
I will say, it could be really useful and insightful for you to find a DM who not only preps the game live, but then runs the game live, because then you can actually see the sorts of sidestepping and improvisation that is required of DMs to sometimes make things fall into place.
Mm.
And having that peek behind the curtains will help you see, like, oh, he
That's cool,
had to do
yeah.
something a little different there because of whatever X
Yeah,
reason.
'cause I know we planned to
Yeah.
do this.
Because a big question I see posted in a lot of places is
Is
how
OTL
much
going
should
to
I
be managed?
improv? How do you improv? It's like, well, this is how.
Yeah.
and you can see it live, it'd be pretty useful. So for new DMs out there who are just learning or kind of picking up the game and trying to figure out how to game master or dungeon master, it could be useful if you can find someone who does their prep live and then streams their game live.
Yeah. There's that's where like 90% is of like your dungeon master concern. I gave my player a magic item and now, or I gave it to an enemy and now my player has it, or I made my enemy too strong and then I murdered my players, or vice versa.
I've already improv'd at least 50% of what I've said at the table. There's a number already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Largely
Pretty much.
thanks to Alex just putting them on.
A little bit of stuff, but there's some stuff that I didn't really write down or prep ahead of time that I had general outlines in what my head was going to be, but
I got
like you tuning the sword, I was like, okay, I've thought about what this might be like, but I'm just like, okay, I'm just going to go with it and see what feels natural.
Concept.
Yeah. Well, and my whole thing is you never know what is and isn't going to be grabbed for a cool moment, right? So if it's like, and I attune to my sword, you go, okay, cool, you're attuned. It feels great. Good night. Like that's totally fine too, you know. So it's all like where can you connect with the player? Where can you help show them something you want them to see, or show the rest of the players what that character might be going through, you know, that little behind the scenes thing there. Because even though we're not metagaming, if we're not in a scene, we're still seeing everything going on, and it's still logging into the back of our brains what's happening, you know. So
at a really healthy table, even when you're not in the scene, the other players should be interested in what's happening to their friends.
I'm kind of interested in what Godric and Katarina are up to, so I'm really excited for that.
Something horrible.
You guys see
No
smoke
good.
from up on the
Burning village. Yeah, I solemnly swear I'm up to no good. Squirrel.
Right. All right. Let's get some
Solemnly
snacks.
swear.
Let's get some snacks. I know for a fact she's got to go potty because she always has to go potty. I know for a fact you got to go potty because you drank that whole water
You don't
bottle.
know I'm currently tapping my foot on the ground.
All right, we're going to be back, so come back in like 15-ish minutes. You know, we appreciate you all being here. Don't forget exclamation points.
Ticket.
Some snacks.
Yep.
And use the restroom.
Get ourselves some relief.
talking. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
What it looks like is it
Hello.
looks like a little
Hi,
like
everybody.
shrine or something with
Yeah.
a light around it.
Interesting. Yeah, because the first thing I saw was
Yeah.
absolutely.
You know what? You should post that in the Discord so anyone might know what we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Post
Also,
it in the
you
Discord.
guys
Share it.
should enter the giveaway. Don't forget to do that exclamation point ticket.
Yes, exclamation point ticket.
Get in
For your
there.
chance to win a copy of
Get in there.
Return of the Dungeon Master.
The Danger Master.
Which has the same difference.
That's
It's
kind
both
of,
accurate.
That's not the whole job, but it's part of the job for sure.
Raising the stakes.
You're saying
Ever higher, just
you could be talking to a peasant, and
constantly.
that's still Danger Master because you're one insult away from him just trying to pay someone to kill you.
Listen, I'm just saying.
Trying.
As the stakes were getting raised, out of the corner of my eye, I could very much see Matt just looking at Justin.
With a big ass smile.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
And Tara's over there just going like, I'm supposed to be happy right now. This is terrifying.
The stakes are still fairly low. We'll be fine.
I love steaks.
Those are exceptionally high stakes for a person in the world.
Yeah. But are
Yeah.
they?
Yes.
I'm minimizing it. So
Yeah.
let me do that.
I don't like
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I know.
It makes you feel inhumane.
Does it?
Yes.
It is kind of cool to not be the one being scrutinized by the country we're in.
Yeah!
Mhm.
That's kind of sick.
Yeah.
I bet.
I just see Katarina. Oh, this is terrible.
Thank God it's not
I'm
me.
under the radar. Yes.
Right down there where no one can find me.
Yeah,
Flying low.
I feel like I should do something, but then people will look
Below
at
the
me.
flat cannons. That is everybody's scrutinization. Yeah. Anyways, how's everybody's night? How's everybody doing? How's the chat doing? You know, we appreciate you. We love you. We miss you.
Robbie tipped us off to some weird audio music stuff, which got fixed thanks to the Kobold.
Nice. Thank you, Romby. You're awesome. We appreciate you,
Teamwork.
man.
Yeah.
We appreciate you. I look forward to betraying you on the House on the Hill.
Yeah, betrayal.
Oh, yeah, it's betrayal. Oh,
Internally,
for
we're
God's
going to be
betrayal.
doing some betrayal nights here at the studio as a team building exercise. Let's call it that, a little team building exercise. You don't need to worry about it because it won't be broadcasted necessarily unless people change their minds. I don't know if that's on or off the table, but we're not going to promise that'll be broadcasted. No one will be upset and miserable on Thursday nights for the next couple weeks, or 1 week on, 1 week off.
Yeah, every other week.
However that works.
I do
Because-
like that the team building game has betrayal in the name.
Yeah. Well, sometimes
You guys all
it's
play
teams.
Among Us together. I don't want to hear it.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah.
That's a good game.
We need to do it
Yeah,
again.
betrayal on the spaceship. It's like, that's Among Us.
We need lethal.
I
Lilith
can't
to be a
believe
part of
Betrayal
our,
doesn't have an Among Us collab already. Or do they?
Collab? Oh no,
That'd be
Betrayal?
funny.
No.
Be perfect.
They would be perfect.
it's a massively popular video game with a cult following board game.
I
So,
know.
I don't know, maybe.
But they have a D&D Betrayal, and they have
Yeah, they do have a D&D Betrayal.
collabs. I mean,
Yeah, they do have.
it's-
They have a D&D betrayal.
yeah,
they do.
Betrayal in Baldur's Gate.
And like
You
you
should play
get traditional
that.
D&D items and D&D people and D&D.
He short circuited. Everyone, give him a reset.
Ooh.
Not a reset. Wrong button.
Gotcha.
I smell garlic and it smells delicious.
I think it's coming from the kitchen.
The kitchen.
Yep.
Yeah, that's how fancy. That's how fancy we are. We have a kitchen.
Oh, I know. I already guessed. I already said so. I said that was the case.
I've been here the whole time.
For sure.
Hey.
Long day, no lunch.
Yeah, been there.
Yeah.
I had long day big lunch.
Ooh.
I also skipped lunch. Wow.
I did not skip. Well, I technically skipped lunch.
So I
'cause-
had sushi before the game.
Nice.
Yeah, that's good.
Thanks for the
I
invite,
love sushi.
by the way. I live in town.
He had sushi. Excuse me, as I spit my food out. He had sushi on Sunday. I didn't buy any
Exclamation point. Ticket.
ticket.
Get in there. Win a
Okay.
book.
Yes, I did.
Get into the giveaway, guys.
Yeah.
Exclamation point ticket.
I wish I could. I really want that book.
When I
And
get
I
my
can buy it,
when I get
'cause
my
I have money.
apartment, should I
Yeah.
make sushi?
Yeah,
for
you make
everybody?
money.
I
Buy
will
it.
just make sure to reach out to you.
I do a pretty good nori. I mean, I do a pretty good sushi roll.
Yeah.
I should probably do that.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's one particular roll that just does it for me at this one particular restaurant. If you can make that, I'm all about it.
Which one is it? And yes, I can.
It's a rock and roll.
Mm.
Rockin'.
Mm.
Yeah, it's
I know where it's at too.
Why would you
Okay.
put
Well,
rocks in a
tell
roll?
me what's in it. I can definitely make it and probably
it's
better.
fish and rice and seaweed and sweet
Sounds
sauce.
like sushi.
Oh,
to
sounds
me.
like sushi to me. I'm in. I'm on it,
yeah,
man.
yeah, it has like crystal shrimp and
Ooh, I
and
like
crystal
crystal
shrimp so
shrimp.
much.
yeah, and
That's
then it
good
has
stuff.
like avocado and like I think it has salmon over the top. I don't know. It's
I'll make
great.
that restaurant look like a
Ooh,
bitch.
That sounds amazing. That's absolutely what I would order.
Yeah, yeah. This is doused in sweet sauce. Oh, oh, I love it.
I don't know.
We are blessed in Reno to have all you can eat sushi. Apparently, that's not really a thing.
Nope,
No.
because we have to
Places.
order it in bulk, and then we gotta serve it before it goes bad.
Yeah, it's. I
Hey,
think it's
Reno-
tied to the casino
It is
food culture.
it's tied to Las Vegas. That's where
Yeah.
it definitely started. But
Yeah.
it's we're less than a day's drive from the ocean. We're not that far out. It's no, we can get good fish here.
Yeah. I
That's what
guess.
puts us in an extraordinarily unique position, is being on either the very east coast or very west coast of the country.
Mhm. Yeah. Now sushi in Nebraska. Fuck that.
I'm
Depends
betting.
on how it's.
I'm
how it
betting you
gets
can
there.
get some pretty good sushi in Chicago.
Fresh frozen.
That is the very center. And
Lakefish sushi.
no, I'm just talking like generally. There's some good restaurants
I
there.
love lake fish.
Mm.
The rock and roll.
There probably is one though.
Maguro, kani, crystal shrimp, avocado, green onion, topped with sesame seeds and unagi sauce.
Ah, I don't want to make that.
That
Yeah, I'm
sounds
all about it.
good.
I'm all about it.
Here you go,
Making a
screenshot
good
it for
sushi
you.
roll is a lot harder than it sounds.
I've done it. I can do it.
You have made what you think is really good, which you've probably done a decent job. But I would point out that some people spend their whole lives.
I'm not
Learning
that
it.
good.
Look, I'm a snoop for sushi.
Yeah.
So I will be the judge.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
We should.
You're not an authority on the subject, but I will judge the shit.
I will
out
judge
of
the
it.
shit out of your sushi bar.
Fair
We should get a third party that would judge you.
We
Your
know it's
sushi,
everybody.
your
Third party,
sushi
you're-
style is
you're-
no match
you
for
count as first
Justin's
party.
eating
I'm not first
style.
party.
Panda Chew's mom, classically trained chef.
That's. I was kind of leaning towards that third
That's
party.
true.
No, just
True.
bribe her or something.
Where's Panda Chew at? Panda
She's
Chew
done.
should be here, right?
She's doing this in the chat.
Mama.
So I decided while you were gone that
Sometimes I'd
I
wish
broke
I'd
out,
never been
killed the
born
guards,
at all.
and your house is on fire. So
Yeah.
let's deal with that.
That's true. That's
Okay.
what we all decided to happen.
Yeah,
War Master was
spoiler
short-lived.
alert.
I am now sworn to vengeance.
You're paladin of vengeance.
I see. So, not just fire though. It was a storm of ice and fire, so it's like crumbling from the top.
At
And
least it wasn't a song of
Burn.
Ice and Fire.
You know, it was good up until the end.
If he was a bard, it would have been.
the books are still pretty good.
Looks
They'll
great.
never finish though.
Apparently, he had a lot of writing done when he was working on Elden Ring. So,
Lies.
I like to
And
think
stuck
the
in his home with
RR
COVID
and
like
George
everybody else.
R.R. Martin.
Lies.
oh,
I
you
I
know,
like to think it's George Ricky Ricardo Martin.
Rick.
That's pretty funny.
That's
That's
actually
funny.
pretty funny.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Well, that's what the H in Jesus H Christ stands for. It's Horatio.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Either that or
Wow.
Howard.
Wow.
Depends on who you talk to. Which church, basically.
I'm trying to think of a
What do you
trying to
the
think
H
of a
means?
Game of Thrones character
Heavenly?
right now, and I just can't.
No.
Holy.
who do you want?
It's a name.
I don't know. Probably a
What's his middle
female. Any female from Game of Thrones, Mike. How about you just think of it, huh?
Daenerys.
Daenerys, you got some explaining to do.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, while we're waiting for the
She
ticket,
does for that final season.
Yeah, she
while we're waiting for the
does.
ticket, Alex, do you know what propaganda
Cersei's
is?
playing too. That works way better.
Yes, I do know what propaganda is.
Well, if you could sum it down into one sentence, what would you say it is?
To one sentence? Well,
Yeah.
I'm not a dictionary nor am I authority, but my understanding is it's charged media that characterizes a certain opinion on a subject, topic, or event that is published.
That's probably that's what I thought for a long time, but I realized that the other day that propaganda is when a British man just takes a good hard look at something.
Yeah.
Propaganda.
God damn it. God damn it.
I'm sure. Is there anyone out there that appreciates that? I'm sure someone.
I don't.
appreciates
Somebody
that.
probably loved it.
Legally out there, give this guy a little something.
I also told my mom, extremely religious, by the way. I told her that I asked her what God's name was. She's throwing out all the names you find in the Bible. Great, cool names. Cool names.
I am Yahweh.
Yeah,
so on and
But
so
I told
forth.
her that's not true. God's name is Howard. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Jesus.
That one's good.
That's his
Yeah.
son.
That's a song.
I can heavily relate to that because there are songs that I go back and listen to that I remember being one way that
Yeah.
aren't that way.
Yeah. Jimi Hendrix. Excuse me while I kiss this guy. That's what I thought it was forever. I was like, man, he's just gonna kiss that dude. Good for you.
Yeah,
Like, that's how always. I was like, man, especially back in those times, way to go. But not.
Kiss
what's
the
that?
sky.
The
Yeah.
group with the red hair. They're not a big fan of guns.
He's
They're kind of
really high.
hipster. Sugar, we're going down
Not
swinging.
drugs.
Red hair.
Yeah,
Red
yeah.
hair?
Doesn't
Oh,
someone on
Fall
the
Out
band have
Boy?
red
Yeah,
hair?
you're talking
Yeah,
about Fall Out Boy,
Boys?
but no,
Yeah.
I don't think it's a
I
red
don't
hair
know. I
band.
just
I
didn't
think
red hair.
the
Maybe
lead
I'm thinking of the
singer
music
does.
video. But
You're wrong.
there's that part where
wrong.
it says he goes, she, he.
Okay.
I always thought that was like, see, he looks like you, only sweeter. And I'm like, oh, this is a song about coming out. This is awesome. Kind of thing. And
Oh.
it's not that at all.
No, not at all.
Yeah. He's like, I'm another notch on your bedpost, and you're a line of the song, but now I found this awesome looking dude, and he looks like you, but better. So, and then I guess they're doing stuff. I don't know. So that's what I always thought it was about. And then I went back and listened to it. I'm like, oh.
Interesting.
Now that I have my implants, I can kind of hear what they're actually saying, and I looked up the words. I'm like, oh, I was wrong. I was wrong.
Hmm.
But that's just one of the many times I get things horribly wrong.
One of the many.
Apparently, there's a moth that has been observed, and we need to show it to Sasha,
So she
And-
will destroy.
and she will destroy. So,
Fight your own battles.
how many kobold? How many entrants do we have, if any?
How many people have said exclamation point ticket?
Who's
Nobody?
entered the, who's
Nobody?
Nobody's gonna win.
Giveaway.
Well, we can't wait around forever for a winner. Exclamation point ticket.
Well, I mean, if there's no
All these
entrances
people.
here-
All these people.
Nobody wants this book. That
Look,
It's actually
you know
a
what,
darn
I'm
good book.
hearing? I'm hearing that none of them are lazy DMs.
yeah.
I'm hearing they're all very
I
proactive.
am.
But
What's a bumps?
but
What is that?
Oh, it says my humps, my lovely lady lumps, but
That's what
don't,
I thought you were doing.
lump
at
it
first.
dump it
no
dumps.
drums.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I guess we pull a winner, which is
No,
nobody.
in the snares.
You're all a bunch of
Okay,
losers.
okay.
Congratulations.
But
Nobody wins.
Nobody wins.
or we just keep it rolling.
Or we just keep it
keep it
rolling
rolling
until
till
the end of the night.
then.
Yeah. Because eventually we're gonna have to get back to the story because we came here to play D&D, right? D&D.
I'm here for D&D.
I thought you were here to burn his house down.
I did. I
That's
just
part
told
of it.
you.
Yeah,
It's
that's part
burning
of it.
now.
Yeah.
It's not true. It didn't happen. Didn't happen.
It happened in my imagination.
It's
Can you
fine.
imagine for just one?
You're
moment?
having a horrible nightmare then because your house is just crumbling around you.
I have those nightmares on a regular basis. My therapist says it has to do with like stability in my home, but it's like a figurative thing.
I have nonsense surreal dreams, so
Oh,
I don't know what that means.
Or where your teeth all fall out.
No, like incomprehensible kind of surreal.
Ooh,
I don't-
I have those when I go in for surgery because I've had 25 of those.
I don't dream. I just have spicy memories.
What?
Sounds like erotic.
It does.
A really good friend of mine said, because I'm a veteran and I've seen some shit. He said
What kind?
that he thought it would be he wanted to be a bit more gentle about bringing up like if I was having some kind of episode and stuff. Because back in the day, I struggled with it pretty hard.
Mm.
And he's like, I don't want to just like loudly be like, hey man, are you being like PTSD triggered right now? Like he didn't, he just didn't want
Yeah.
to draw a bunch of attention
Like
to it.
going across
So
the
he
room,
started
your
calling
flies
it.
down.
He started calling it spicy memories. He's like, "Ooh, are you having a spicy memory?" Like that's just how he said it.
Spicy
It
memory.
actually really helped a lot because I was like, "Well, okay, my dark humor is going to kick into overdrive," and I giggle every time he said it, and I was like, "Well, I can't be giggling and freaking the fuck out." I mean, I can, but that's like a Joker level thing that I've never obtained.
I've done that.
Yeah,
I've done that. Yeah.
that sucks.
Yeah.
Whoever you killed, I hope you hit the body.
I didn't kill anyone, but I've done the
That
freaking out,
that was
giggling
that
He
was
thing.
a
helped
very
me bury
quick
the
response.
body.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Mm.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have sprung that on you, man.
Hey, Alex, you want to come over and have some barbecue? Ta-da! Dead person. Surprise! You don't
Wow.
know them, but
But now the
they're horrible.
consequences are clear if you ever betray me. That's all.
Jesus.
I swear vengeance upon you.
I swear vengeance upon you.
For vengeance upon you.
I swear vengeance upon you.
For vengeance upon you.
That's where.
So there are Law Masters,
fine.
War Masters. What are the Vengeance ones called?
Hope you never have to find out.
I swear vengeance upon you guys.
Because Vengeance Master seems like a mouthful.
Yeah, that's not very
It does.
smooth. I bet it translates better
Again-
in Elven.
Again, I hope you never have to find out.
The Vengeaneer.
Engineer.
Yeah, they're like musketeers, but for vengeance. Vengeaneer.
Engineers. Sounds like
They are the
I
engineers
engineer
of vengeance.
Yeah.
Well, the root of the word would have me say revenant. Like
Oh, come on. It's not a Latin root, all right? It's you gotta go with the Elvish root, which is actually a plant.
It's not even a word, it's just a plant.
that made the
Elf
kobold
is
go.
a plant in fucking The Witcher.
Yeah. Elder root.
Well,
Oh man.
D&D.
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 Dynamite.
Those in chat that may want this book, though, do remember to hit
D&D.
exclamation
Win the
point ticket to
fight.
get on in there.
I'm sitting quietly in my cell. Room.
Room. It's a
Until-
room.
It's a room.
Until
Etching
you
the
come to
minutes
get
into
him,
the
and then
It
he
becomes a
teleportation
cell when you
circles out
have
of
guards
there.
in front of it.
It's a-
I have
it's a
worse
room-like
conditions
cell.
than
Yeah.
you.
What?
I have worse conditions than you.
That's
I'm-
true.
I'm in a back room with hay.
That's
You're in an elven tavern.
Yeah.
In the back room with hay.
It's the best hay.
The best hay.
Everything's the best.
Yeah. The best walls. The best incense. The best food.
Or what they think is the best.
It is the
It's like
best.
that.
Elves
it's like
don't
that
talk
global
about
happiness.
elves don't talk
quota.
about the shit behind their back doors. That's all I'm saying.
You know, it's just like
Elves,
well,
elves don't poop.
They're the
Yeah,
happiest
don't
in the world because
Yeah.
you don't know any better.
Follow me for other.
That's canon now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
elves don't poop. Have you
We're
ever?
not playing the game yet.
Have you ever seen Ulthion
I haven't
go
said
poop
so.
in any scenes? In a single scene, have you seen him go poop? We know Goliath's pee.
That's
But we
true.
don't know that elves poop because
We also know
never
that
seen
orcs
one poop.
orcs pee and poop.
And shit.
Orcs.
And they pee and
bathe
poop on
in
elves.
it.
Yeah,
Why?
on elves. On half elves at
On
least.
health elves.
Just- I went back and watched it again because it gives me such giggles. And the best part isn't that you did it because that's just like what. The best part is that Mike Thalen got so offended. He's like, "Well, I'll do it right back to you." I'm like, "What are you doing?"
And the whole game falls.
He's like, I poop back on you. Why? Why would you say that?
Because I didn't know what to
He
do.
didn't know how to
The whole
process
world
what had
is
just
dead, that's the
happened.
way.
He's like, "There's no fucking way he did that."
He did.
I love the idea that when presented with the absurd, Mike's response is to absurd right back.
I'm gonna wait. There's gonna be a day. Godric's on a
When you
horse.
stare
pull,
into the
pull
absurd,
Atheon,
the absurd
Atheon,
stares
Atheon
back.
right up on there, and all he's gonna hear is
When you stare into the absurd,
the absurd stares back.
There's more to that quote
Someone quote
that I
that.
really want to make work with absurdity instead of the darkness.
it could work.
Good old Nietzsche. Let's see what you say, Nietzsche.
But honestly, the
Nietzsche?
second half of that quote
Nietzsche.
should not make any sense.
Nietzsche.
Nietzsche.
Like Socrates?
Socrates.
First of all, it's pronounced Nietzsche.
Okay.
Socrates.
That sounds like a garnish.
I don't believe you at all.
Friedrich.
Shouldn't.
I don't believe you at all. Not even a little
Right.
bit.
Friedrich.
Fried rich.
Let's go to the expert. Tara, how's it pronounced?
Friends?
She's like, I'm just waiting to play.
You not paying attention?
To what?
Nice. Nice. Solid.
I like it. I like it.
No, you don't.
She's independent,
You don't.
strong-willed, doesn't know what's going on. It's great. No little world over there in the corner.
Belligerent too. I'm like, I
Yeah.
hate you. And she's like, no, you don't.
You can't. It's
You
impossible.
can't shape my reality. What's that?
Don't you all miss those really, really awesome Legend of Zelda lore videos, though, that Nintendo used to make?
Oh,
I miss
do.
those.
What's
I thought they
Nintendo?
were fantastic.
I watched every single one and
Yeah.
engaged with them. Too.
Yeah, it was
I
this
am going
awesome
to. So
YouTube
here's
channel.
my
It
plan.
was great.
I'm going to steal heavily from the formatting of that channel and those videos, and it's going to be welcome to Terrowyn videos, where I'm going to talk about the lore of Terrowyn in these funny, cute ways, and I'm going to act just like Nintera did. I don't think it'll sell.
I think
but
it
I'm gonna
will.
do it.
I think it will. I think it'll sell.
Let's give this a try. Whoever fights clowns should see to it that in the
What?
process he does not become a clown. And if you gaze into the absurd will gaze back into you. There you go.
Not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It works.
Yeah, it's kind of scary.
It's actually scarier the way he put it.
Cobalt just
Yeah.
did.
It's
of course.
Monsters and Abyss.
Clowns are kind of monsters, but
He was
very
a
specific.
sad guy.
Yeah.
Most philosophers
Sorry if any
are.
of you are into clowning, whatever.
Yeah. You mean?
I don't think Socrates.
No, I can relate to that. Did any of you get
Socrates
sent
was-
to the principal's office for alleged
Definitely sad.
where you take people's words and you pretend they're your own and
All the time.
from like professional writers and
Plagiarize?
Alleged lying?
yeah, it's lying,
Plagiarize?
but it's not perjury. It's
Plagiarize?
plagiarize. Yeah, plagiarize. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
welcome.
Yeah, I got accused of that. They're like, "There's no way
I
you
zoned
wrote
in
this
on that real
dark
hard.
shit," and I'm like, "I'm edgy. This is mine."
All right, we should play D&D now.
Please.
Yeah.
All right.
You want to see what happens?
I want to get this over
Your
with.
fate is in my hands,
It's,
friend.
it's the doom of Damocles over my head.
Well, y'all are kind of holding each other's hands in fate right now.
Sort of.
Yeah, you guys
Yeah,
can
you
go
don't
down
want that
together.
around
That'd be
sweaty.
neat.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's my
You know,
next
let's
pickup line.
Star-crossed lovers
let's be
status.
banished together.
That's
Locke.
my
Let's
next
go.
here.
pickup line. You don't want this. I'm all sweaty.
I don't know. I don't think you want Ulthion to banish you. We've seen how that goes.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you come back out ahead.
That's not
Nice.
Hilarious.
Nice callback.
Hey, were there any meaningful consequences for that?
fair. Yes.
Not really.
You're very sad.
I am.
There you go. It's consequence. It's meaningful. I don't want you to be sad.
Ask any of those like dozens of people that got absolutely trampled.
One of them was a known.
I'm responsible
racist
for
and a
real
hater of
damage.
goblins.
Like almost stabbing you is not significant to me.
Look, if we know for a fact one of them hated goblins and was a dirtbag, then it's safe to assume others might have been as well.
And those are the
Is
only
it?
ones who got killed? The dirtbags? Fair enough, dude.
Chaos
Just
works
a
in
bunch of
mysterious ways.
squishy meat bags, all of them.
Listen, denial is a really wide river.
It's a metaphorical sandbagging between evil and justice.
All right, we're putting it off.
All the dead dirtbags.
It could be worse, dude. Your deity could be Khonshu. Just saying.
I need to watch the next episode.
No, you don't.
I need to. I want to.
No.
You know what? There are some egregious errors to the film production itself, but I am enjoying it nonetheless.
I'm enjoying it in the hippo and all that.
Yes.
Hey, Wandering Ronin, what's up, my guy?
Wandering Ronin, say exclamation point ticket. Just do it right
Just
now.
do it so you win stuff. It's a book. You probably won't use it, but you'll be a winner.
Get the book.
Everyone wants to be a winner.
Winning definitely beats losing.
I don't know why, but saying you get a
That's
book that
by
reminded me of
definition,
that
I think
line
that's
from
correct.
Armageddon, where the guy gets to name. He's like, if I found the meteor, I get to name it, right?
Yeah, the asteroid.
Yeah, the asteroid, and they're like, yes. And he goes, I want to name it after my wife Dottie, and she's in the background. She's like, oh, and he goes, it's a vicious, life-sucking bitch of which there is no escape.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah,
funny
see.
part.
It totally sounded
is
like you
fucking
said
hilarious.
asteroid.
We did
That is what we said.
Asteroid.
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 Yeah,
An
it's like a
asteroid is in
Wars-
Star
a
Wars.
very- it's like
They're pretty
the,
rare, but they
the
do
Star
exist.
Wars butt wipers kind of thing.
Yeah.
Asteroids.
So we
And
said
out-
asteroid.
Yeah, we're saying asteroid.
Asteroid.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
I'm not
Ast-
hearing a difference.
Asteroid.
It's the same
Droid.
thing.
Like
Look,
lock, but
Get it
butt
out of your
wiper.
system. Everybody say
Yeah.
it one more time. Asteroid.
Asteroid.
Let's play D&D.
Let's
Droid.
play D&D.
You didn't
Yeah.
say it.
Asteroid.
Did I not? Whoa, crazy. Let's play D&D.
Not until you say it.
Asteroid.
Say the line. Do the roar. Anyways.
Contractually obligated to do things, apparently.
I have
But
power
no.
over people. Anyways, which is how I ended last week by going, no, we're going to wait till Tara's here.
That sucked. I was so mad.
Yeah. Good to see
All
you,
right.
Tara.
So,
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm glad to be back. I feel a lot better.
Sitting in my room.
is this the beginning
on
of the poem?
wall.
Yeah.
Sitting
No,
on
but I am-
poetry.
Fucking nerds. No, I'm reciting rune diagrams. So, just sitting there.
What's that sound like?
Me? Yeah, okay. So Locke is sitting there kind of mumbling stuff like line 440 intersect line 21 40 degrees. Continue through perpendicular line 21 to line 500.
You just won at chess.
Yeah, he's
Rook
zooming.
D5.
That If you were gonna cut in a comedy, you'd be like intersect this, and it's just him at a chessboard. He's just like checkmate.
I'm visualizing like all these numbers and lines going across.
Yeah.
And,
It's
yeah,
really
that's
good.
pretty cool.
It's really good stuff. Really good.
Line 16. 10
No, I don't
degrees.
like it. Rethink it.
Okay. Line 16. 10 degrees this way is an explosion. 10 degrees that way, teleportation.
All right.
Somewhere in the middle of the abyss.
Huge
Yeah.
You're thinking angles?
Thank you for being.
That might not be the degrees he's talking about.
margin.
It was. I had a fucking camera.
It's not angles. It's something else. Magic. It's degrees of magic.
Degrees of heat.
Yeah, there's probably like a magic Richter scale.
I
But
love the
it's-
idea. I can't cast a spell. It's too warm in here.
Yeah, the humidity is 35%, and I can't do that with at least. Oh, I need at least 45% humidity for the spell to work.
So then you're just like
Fair enough.
fucking ice cone of cold, and you're like just right.
Well, that
Anyway,
would
I'm
drop
sitting
the
cross-legged
humidity
right
because
on the
it would
edge of
cause
that teleportation circle.
precipitation of
Just
the latent humidity in the air
contemplating.
and pull it out of the air because it causes drift flies.
I kind of assumed that's what you were doing the whole time,
mm-hmm.
which is why in the morning you come out and nothing has happened. So, the morning breaks. Upon the next day, you both arouse after a glorious night of getting absolutely fucking
What are you doing?
hammered.
Okay.
There is a rather large pig that decided to cuddle up next to you in the back.
Aww.
Just kind of like moves and makes a couple of noises. I'm gonna try to remember to make this joke after we're not live. Anyways,
Dead terms of service.
yeah, damn you terms of service. Katarina, you wake up, you got straw in your hair.
Oh,
You know,
pig
you
is
see
a
Godric over there, just,
description,
cuddling this pig. He just kind of sits up and
not
Ugh.
an
it
animal.
kinda just-
I get it.
he pushes it and it rolls over and it just gets up and just kind of meanders out of the shed. But you can hear the sounds of like kind of the town just
It
waking
worked.
up and
Played into
going.
it.
People in their daily lives out on the streets. Neither of you speak Elvish, right?
Nope.
Nope. So it all sounds like gibberish to you.
Nope. He didn't even ask me. He's just like, yeah, I got it.
Yeah, the elven version of Bibbidi Bobbidi.
Yep.
Let's have it zippity down.
It basically looks like, hey, I'm an elf. Yeah, you're an elf. Just back and forth, just all throughout, everywhere. Anyways.
Savannah Hughes. Word to your mother. Yeah, pass it along.
I wonder if elves
drink
coffee.
But it's an especially beautiful day.
Because it always
Sun-
is, apparently.
That's right.
I'm gonna take away a really important magic item as part of your punishment. Now there will be. How? Where's the consequences, Locke? Just fucking take your staff away.
There's
from me, you
always more
motherfucker.
items, friend.
Not if I don't give them to you.
That's fair.
I am God. I'm the one above.
Yeah. But yeah. So I mean, you're both awake. So what do you want to do?
Wonder what they're serving for breakfast.
How are you doing, Godric?
Good as I can. With what happened and what's going to happen, I don't know. When I talk to Ulthion, it's kind of the same. I'm more worried about what might happen after. I'm hoping they just banish him and be done with it. But he is not right. I've never seen this before. I've spent more time with him than anyone else. I've never seen this before. He's never done this. Even when they were trying to pull him for pieces, he was just asking them to stop. I was the one who stopped it.
Well, on the bright side, he didn't hurt anyone, even if maybe something in him tried.
Hopefully, we'll have to wait and see. Unfortunately. I'm still waiting for. I told Ulthion that we would be here, so he should. If there's a trial, he should be picking us up or letting me know where it is.
I think him, as well as the rest of us, I think we're going to get out of this all right. Even if maybe we're not welcome back here after.
I understand Ulthion needing to do his duty, I guess. So I've kind of thought back on some of the words his wife said, and the idea of Ulthion not being able to go home does bother me. Because I know that feeling well. But technically, I still have a light at the end of my tunnel. I would hate to see his crash down and closed. So I want to figure this out, and then hopefully figure out what the hell's going on with Locke. And now we have part of the answer now with the whole infinite maze and, oh god, what is the name of that place? Aklaxia. I believe. I've heard some things about it, but so, well, let's go see what they have for food. Huh?
You know what? For winning the foot race.
Hey!
Good one. Good job.
I'll go. I know I'm not going to be able to do much, but I'm going to go help you up out of the. Even though sitting, you're nearly as tall as I am.
I just kind of put my hand on your shoulder and then use my leg to lean forward and pull up, helping it.
It's the thought that counts.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I'm using her without using her as much as I can.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Let's
So,
go get some food then.
Yes.
As you're going to enter the back of the prancing fae, the door opens and this bugbear tosses this like old bucket of water out and just like hits the ground and just makes like mud at your feet or whatever, and he's just like, "Oh, you're awake. The both of you.
Yes.
All right. Fine, come inside."
Was that to wake me up?
No.
All right.
Honestly, the way you drank last night, I just assumed you were dead.
I got a little close.
Well, I was serving food. Go in there and eat. And then I think you mentioned something about last night about your friend, and you're waiting to hear about him.
Yes.
Well, the Vault of Laws is hard to miss. It's right in the center of town. You'll see it. You should go wait there for them.
Any other descriptives about this building?
It's hard to miss.
That doesn't help me at all. I'm not from here.
I'm assuming that she understands.
I'm sure we'll be able to find it. Thank you
You'll
very
be able
much.
to find it, I promise.
That is so unhelpful.
All right, come on, Godric. I'm gonna link my arm with his and just kind of
I'll
start.
I'll just kind of get pulled along completely fine.
They're serving like an oat based porridge. So just eat that with a very sweet mead alongside that in the morning.
Oh, this is hitting the spot. I feel like the ringing in my head. Should be fine.
You just consume your breakfast, and after an hour and a half or so, you kind of head to the center of town. And like you said, it's hard to miss. It's a pretty prominent building. It's designed, and there's a large water feature of Alchari out front holding scales. Waking up, it's like not missing a beat. The day and the workings of the estate starts really early in the morning. Your day starts even earlier, only needing very little actual rest. You spend the very early morning, about the first 3 hours or so, waiting for Trin to wake up. 3 or 4 hours, working with Aethwen on some of the estate's affairs, like she asked you to now that you were back. Putting some things in order and discussing Ravelar's tutors and where he should go and how long, like language lessons, and having a brief discussion on martial training, and it's getting to that point where he should start familiarizing himself with hunting, with bows, and with like wooden swords, and training up the weight in them up to a real one when he's closer to 12 or so, 13ish, when he'll start his true martial training. Trin comes out in the morning. With that, the guards together, you kind of settle the estate's affairs, and you go to let Locke out of the room. And they open the door, and he's sitting there like he usually does. It's really calm. But you do happen to notice a very distinct teleportation circle in the middle of the room. Easy to make out. Hard to miss.
Yeah, some of the furniture is moved to the walls
Mm-hmm.
to make room for it.
Yep. You relieved the like the third set of guards, by the way. You know, and they go eat breakfast and stuff, and kind of just assuming that you can handle it, they just leave.
All right. Well, I hope your night wasn't as torturous as you made it out that it would be.
No. Calm and quiet.
Good.
You can gather the rest, and we can all just leave.
We have somewhere else to be first. If we are not able to keep our word and to respect the laws of those around us, we can't possibly expect any of these people to help us when we ask. You're right, though. You could leave. I look down at the teleportation circle. There is literally nothing stopping you. So why are you still here?
Where would I go? Alone.
Suppose, as I look over at Tren, that must be his way of saying that he doesn't want to leave some or all of us.
Well, that's good, because you probably could have if you really wanted to.
Yes. We're going to deal with this today. We'll head to the Hall of Laws, and there we'll probably speak to a council or tribunal, depending on how many show up. It should be village elders and local magistrates. The vault is not... Well, it's another holy site. But the magistrate and judges will help set this in the right order.
We're in your corner, Locke. We're going to try and make sure this goes as smoothly as possible, even if not everything is up to us. And by going through this in this way, it at least saves some semblance of the relationship between, our group and respecting this nation's laws. It may come back in a very beneficial way on the back end. But nevertheless, we're here for each other.
I'll do what I have to for you all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all we can really ask of each other.
And because Ulthion will no doubt suffer the consequences more than anyone.
Did you have any episodes
Well,
since like last night, or?
No. The house will be burning, I think.
Well, that's good. You're not feeling anything.
Feel myself.
Okay. If you need help, if you start to think something's gonna happen, please let me know.
If you'd like a change of clothes, I know you don't need one, but perhaps you wanted to wear something a bit more presentable. I did have something brought down.
No, I think I'll go as I am.
Understood. All right. To the vault, then. And I'll, lead the way to the center of town.
So you're, I assume you're dressed in everyday wear, right? Or are you gonna wear your armor and stuff down there?
I may not be a lawmaster anymore, but my armor is that of a lawmaster's, and I will wear it.
Okay.
I'll have and one of my attendants carry the sword and shield, though.
All right. So, yeah, you grab one of the younger workers, Theodred, to come kind of carry your weapon and some of your documents and books, kind of with you. You take Thalen's book, as well as one of the things that Trent apparently has done for you is he marked out the passages and made really good annotations for you to read very briefly.
Mm-hmm.
So he hands those to you.
Here. Notice this section and
Oh, yes.
this ribbon is right here.
Oh, you've done a fine job, Trin. Thank you.
Yeah,
In another life, maybe you would have made a fine lawmaster. Well, you still could someday. But I'll take that book. I'll also take my Librum Thessinia and whatnot. And I will be actively flipping through the pages and muttering certain laws and citations under my breath as we're walking.
Yeah, it's an objectively beautiful day, and when you were all there at night, obviously this is nothing new for you, but at night it was hard to see the kind of the swath of land and territory that the estate covers, and orioles and some thrushes are kind of making nests on the outside and outer rims and kind of singing early in the morning, and there's a massive herd of red deer kind of out grazing on one of the further pastures and further corners. One of the things you notice coming up to the front entrance is there are no walls, there are no gates, and there are no boundary markers for where the estate kind of begins and ends. The town is at least 5 miles away, realistically. It's a pleasant and sort of downhill walk, and there's like a running creek and stream that runs through the bottom of the property, which is a short bridge crosses. But after about a couple hours, you end up very early morning in the busy kind of market of Emadiran, a town which carries kind of the namesake of his household. And it's busy, filled with different traders and the second class. The Destral, which is made up of, you see some goblins and some hobgoblins. There are also humans, some halflings, and a few gnomes just kind of out doing business first thing in the morning. But a large part of it seems to be, most of them, they're building a large shipment of goods from the area that are probably headed to Mandrathis. So there's a lot of work being done around that. There's about 8 carts or so, large ones filled with goods and food, wine and such that's made on one of the local vineyards, and they're carried by these massive elk, huge in scope and size, and their horns just go out this great crowns over the top of their heads, and they're everybody's working hard to fill them up and get them set to head to Mandrathis. Walking through the center of town, though, you eventually end up at the outside of the vault of laws. where you see Katerina and Godric are kind of just outside by this water feature, just kind of looking down into the. It's not really a fountain per se, but it is magically cleaned and maintained, so it's crystal clear. And in a sort of similar idea that even human cultures share, which makes you wonder if it's a human thing, anyways. Small bits like copper coins have been thrown on the inside for some reason. And there's a variety of different things that one might do that for. Good omens, offerings to Alchari, as there's a shrine dedicated to him, but there's no actual like church or place where people practice the religion, as it's very personal, and a lot of people they'll just practice like in their homes with like small effigies, and you can always come here and throw a coin as an offering for his goodwill. Maybe you need a judgment to go your way, or something has happened, because most of the actual legal dispute, as Oltheon explains to you, is normally between like this land and that thing, and you know your grazing herd of like deer or sheep or oxes is like in my boundary, or I'm asking for an extension of some legal matter or some ruling or judgment on a will or something like that. Or they're very small slights in some way, social slights, like this household spoke negatively of my household and it's unfounded, and I would like you to basically tell them to take it back publicly. There's a lot of like apology and stuff that's done publicly in these legal proceedings, because most of the time real, actual hard crime is hard to come by in Eredor outside of the Foreigner District in Mendrathis. So, yeah, you see them all out there. The both of them.
Godric, Katerina, do you rest well?
Oh, no.
There's in your...
At that, I just kind of grab my hair.
that worked. How did he sleep in a sty?
Hey.
Sty, that's the word I was looking for earlier. Nice.
Yes.
There was no place to stay, so we helped out, and we weren't sure if we were in the good graces of your wife. So I decided to do some work to pay for the night.
Well, you are very not in the good graces of Aethwyn, though I would not call her my wife, just wife. I do not own her.
No, you own each other.
No.
That's what that is.
No.
I think we're losing sight of what's important is Godric's not arrested.
Of course he's not.
Katerina kept me in line.
Oh, it was nothing.
Well, I don't quite know what's going to happen when we go in there, but we'll need to be very careful not to speak out of turn, to be respectful. They're going to listen to the charges leveled. They'll probably hear some eyewitness accounts, and I will speak as orator of the defense. I will do what I can to explain the situation and cite the right laws, and then we're at the mercy of counsel. The judges won't be allowed to speak to each other. They're not supposed to swear each other's opinions or anything during the trial. But we'll hear them out, and I do believe you will be given chance to speak if you'd like to. So I suggest anyone who plans on doing so start thinking now about what you're going to say. Now, there's a patient, but we are going to hear the slightest changes in your conviction. If you can't think of what to say, that's going to come off as you not being convicted of your beliefs when it comes to Locke. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Good. News, Inara is going to be present.
Good.
Yeah, she's not just gonna be present, but I think she'll
just don't
her.
want. I don't want anyone to go in with surprises. No surprises. We know everything about to happen.
Yeah, she's.
Nothing can go wrong.
I say she's here to help, but I'm sure Altheon would say she's here to speak altruistically about her perception of Locke and his character.
Yes, exactly.
That sounds like she's here to help.
Yeah, exactly.
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 Hi, Locke.
Hello, sir.
Sorry, I talked to him.
I think it's fine now. I just meant we didn't want to be seen as cavorting or scheming.
We're kind of buddies, so we kind of have cavorted and schemed for a long time.
Wait, if you're gonna be defending him, then why are we going? If you're not, I'm confused.
Witnesses.
I was wondering a similar thing. Maybe I just don't understand how the elven courts work, but if you're the one seemingly wronged in this situation,
Would seem like a conflict of interest, wouldn't it?
then
I think it would be the other way around. If
Maybe
I
objective.
am the most direct victim, then my opinion and defense will have greater weight.
But
That being said, your crimes were not committed against me. They were committed against Mindrathis and Eridor, against the elven people and their church. You had sworn, well, you had been directed not to bring weapons.
that part,
You
yes.
had been trusted not to cause any chaos or problems. And that is precisely what you did. In essence, my defense of you is my defense of myself. For trusting all of you to begin with. I have to defend that stance.
You shouldn't need to.
I'm happy to. This is my home, and these are my laws, and these laws have protected our people and granted us the abundance that you see around you here. There are elves standing at the Phoenix Gates ready to die, and yet there are children here smiling. I couldn't ask for anything better.
Not to stand at the Phoenix Gates.
Someone always has to stand. You know that.
Well, yeah, not if the enemies are dead.
You let me know when you've killed every last enemy. If anybody can do it, it's you. I tap you on the shoulder and walk towards the door and start to open it.
Godric stops and starts counting. You hear different dragon names. Ugh.
Does anybody have any questions?
This is weird, by the way. Normally, I'm the one in chains.
Michelle,
No chains today.
What is that stupid? Figuratively.
metaphorically.
I understand
one.
what you mean. Listen.
Go ahead.
In the room I was kept, Katerina, is a circle of teleportation that will take you to Greencrest. Use it if you need it.
Absolutely no reason you would need it, and it's probably already being cleaned up. I know it takes more than just some wiping, but it won't be necessary.
I'm going to, as we're all walking in, I'm going to use a sorcerer point for subtle spell, so I don't have to use any somatic or verbal components.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to cast message to Locke.
Hey.
And so you hear in your head, we're all here for you at any cost.
Good. Thank
How come
you.
when
They're
it comes from
conspiring
you-
against
When
you.
it comes from you, it sounds so foreboding.
Oh, it's because she meant it.
At any cost.
People will die.
Dead clerics line the road.
You fucked with the wrong crew.
All right, let's go in. Let's get this over with.
Altheon,
You should know I would do the same for you.
maybe I could make, like, an opening statement or something to Locke's character. I have, as I hold up my pipes, so I have a little, like, guff in my back, and too, because I'm one of the good guys.
I don't know about an opening statement, but you can definitely be the first to speak on his behalf if you'd like.
Yeah,
All right?
okay.
You don't need my permission for that.
Well, you're his defendant or whatever. So, you know,
Orator. I'm speaking. That's it.
Okay. So as you turn to head in, the building itself is a fairly simple and construction with white stone, elfstone walls, and it's kind of overgrown by vines or the roots of these two large trees that are kind of just looming over it, almost hugging the exterior of this building. The simple water feature has Alatrari out front, this calm, nice pool of crystal clear water. Him symbolizing the the weight of guilt versus innocence in the scales, being perfectly even. As you kind of go through the front doors, the interior is lit by Sindar lights, which are basically magic lanterns that give off this vibrant but very soft hue to the eyes. It's kind of it's not necessarily bright. It's a softish light, but it's very warm. But it radiates out and very effectively. There's no natural lighting coming into the building itself. Probably in part due to the very, very tight canopy of the two trees that are, kind of built into the side of this structure itself. There is, in fact, a dome in the center, and you can see where there are spaces for natural light to kind of flood in. So you can see, like, the shadowy branches in some of these god rays breaking through up above, but they're not really lighting anything in particular, just maybe getting lost in the magical lighting of the room. It's quiet, aside from the soft speaking of other elves who are already in here in the room. This single aisle of white polished elfstone leads to this rectangular space, which is corralled in by these waist-high wooden fencing with a gate in front of it. The space has 2 rows of stepped bleachers on the back, facing inward down into this space, where you can see the elves are already kind of sitting there, most likely waiting for their turn to deal with the court's business to speak to the magistrate. The judge's platform is a raised, enclosed, like, wooden platform at the front of this rectangular space, which is only about 20 feet wide. And that's where you can see the chairs, 4 of them, for the judges from the town council, and then the tribunal. This single tall podium at the front is where the chairman or the magistrate is going to proceed over listening to the arguments. On both opposite sides of the rectangle, there are 2 more slightly lower but enclosed platforms with a few seats where both the defense on one side and the prosecution on the other side would sit facing one another in grievances. As technically there are no... The offended party is Ulthion. There won't actually be anybody sitting in the prosecution side. He's more or less just pleading to the council that we shortcut this into a... Here's my argument for why he deserves to be forgiven of this act, and take my word for it, as opposed to actually having to deal with true legal proceedings, which is an advantage that only Ulthion brings to you as a lawmaster. As you go in, a jurist, a fair-skinned, kind of long, blonde, shoulder-length haired elf wearing these earthen-colored robes, has this list of the court attendees and very humbly and politely greets you as you come in. Lawmaster, welcome. It's been a long time since we've seen you or your father at court.
I look around the room. My father.
Oh, I mean, yes, he's been gone, I believe, correct? Coming to terms with his leaving of the world. He's been out.
Oh, yes, of course.
So he would be absent from the proceedings
Right.
and abstained. So there will only be, as far as I'm aware, only 2 judges and the magistrate here this morning, as one of them is currently in Mandrathis and could not be here.
Understood.
So either way, you understand how this works, so you feel free to take them and have them sit in the defendant's box. And then the magistrate and the other 2 council members the other 2 judges should be arriving momentarily.
Excellent.
Mhm.
All right. I'll point towards the box. Locke, you're there. Godric, you can sit next to Locke if you'd like. Trin, you said you wanted to speak first.
Yeah.
Right, this is where you'll go. Katarina, are you planning on speaking?
Yes.
Next to Trin would be perfect. All right. And now we wait. Hopefully they understand that since there are non-elves here, they won't take as long.
Oh, jeez. They make us wait. They're making us sweat it out.
Are they like chairs, or are they just like stools?
They're like benches. Yeah, they're benches. But yeah, the judges have actual chairs up on the platform.
You, sighing at the bench, I'll look over. Yes, that's true, Godric. Elves get off on being uncomfortable.
It makes sense.
I lean over and I kind of whisper to Katarina. I was like,
I recognize this. This is a interrogation tactic. They want us to set us simmer and contemplate and question ourselves. Don't lose faith.
Is with the way the benches are set up, is there like the seating guardrail, or like the way the podium's set up, where it's like an enclosure?
It's enclosed.
That's
In the
right.
same in the same waist high. Well, to you it's not, but to the elves, they have waist high fencing that goes around the edge and basically encloses the space in it, or the 2 benches in the back. But there is no podium on the defense or the prosecution side. All advocation and oration is done from the center pit, basically.
Basically, stand up, sat in the pit.
Yeah.
All right, I sit down and kind of. Well then, let's wait for your judges. I guess would be the right word.
Godric, in here, the acoustics are different. You'll have to enunciate a little bit better.
What do you mean by that?
I guess maybe for the first time ever.
Speak the words
you're not
clearly.
being loud enough.
Whoa. I just want to be clear. You're asking me to be louder now at this point, right?
Yes.
Oh, you have no idea how hard it is. I've been trying to be quiet and nice about it for the last, 2 days. It's boring.
No one asked you to do that.
No, but most people don't like the normal nah that I bring, so I tried to tone it down a little bit while I was in your home.
Yes, that normal nah that you bring is more than your voice. But I've grown to like it.
Weird.
It's not weird.
This is good. Keep the high spirits.
Oh,
Don't seem irreverent, but if this levity is bringing confidence, that will be good.
Well, you said bring confidence, and I know what I'm going to say, and I'm done with it. Be very short, sweet, and to the goddamn point.
Godric, what are you doing? Put the drink away. You can't drink in here. Why did you even bring that?
Because they said I could have it on the way out.
Keep drinking, Godric.
Am I not supposed to? It's really good meat.
We're going to lose.
But they're not even there yet. Once they get here, I'll put it down.
You'd rather have him with a few inside.
There you go. It's empty. And you see Godric almost go to throw it,
She's a
and it
filthy
stops.
girl.
Puts it on the ground. I'll leave it there.
All right, we wait.
So it doesn't take more than about 20 minutes or so as people kind of file in and take their place on the back bleachers, the stepped bleachers behind you all, and kind of walking down and talking. And you recognize some of the faces. They're the local elves from local families in the States and such. some of them have some documents and stuff, so they're not. Most of them seem like they're here not as witnesses to anything or any form of jury. They're just waiting patiently for their chance to speak on behalf of their grievances, and it's just kind of how things are done here. All legal proceedings are considered like open to everybody to bear witness to, and most of the time, if one exists, they happen here like a vault of laws. But sometimes they happen in temples. Sometimes they happen in private residences, like an estate. But Ulthion, being a practitioner of the laws to the most direct interpretation, the Vault of Laws is the best place to have this done, in your opinion.
Is it true? Okay.
But yeah, so the two judges come out. You recognize both of them. They're both from families. It's Glorard Vos Embelar and then Volwyn Vos Gracien. Both of them are respected as being wise and fair, which is a really great swing in your direction right off the bat. They're both very reasonable. Glard is this male, kind of has dark hair and the sun-kissed skin, and Volwyn is a female elf. She's dark-skinned with these long, fancy braids and has this ornate kind of sun-like emblem, which is another of Alatrari's different holy symbols that's sometimes associated with him. It's an older one, but it's still good. And then comes the magistrate, which is Fengol Vos Northena. He's another fair skin. He has this long brown hair kept in a top knot, in the fashion that most serving in the host would still have, even though he's far older. He's wearing a ringlet of gold that kind of denotes his position. He is another very wise and fair chairman. At this point, he's got to be pushing at least 700 years old, and he's been doing this for a very long time. An expert in all matters of civil litigation.
Can I get the second name one more time?
Of
the second
the
counselor? After
Volwyn
Glorard.
Vos Gracien.
One more time?
Volwyn. And of course, the other two seats remain empty. Town councils normally have 10 on them, but they normally only need 4 plus the magistrate for these sorts of proceedings, and they're chosen at random in order to make sure that nobody can win anybody's favor directly. Of course, your father's seat would be absent regardless, even if he was randomly selected, and he wouldn't be because he's out going through his evening phase, his last legs, his life. The magistrate basically calls to order and, kind of just doesn't read any sort of docket, but just announces that this is a special session under a special occasion, under a circumstance of laws which allow you to argue as the lawmaster and use your influence basically to help mitigate the issues. Ultimately, you could just state here that he's forgiven of all wrongdoings on behalf of his offense to Alatrari as lawmaster, but then he still has to basically answer for the crime of taking a weapon outside of the foreign district and then attacking somebody. So he opens up the court for statements on his behalf along those lines.
Trin? Oh, is Inara in the room anywhere?
No, you haven't seen her yet.
Oh, do I start?
Yes.
I-
Revered counselors, I would like to introduce Trin Twilight of the Silver Choir. He has been traveling with this party for better part of a few months, and has intimately learned much about the group.
So I turn to Katerina, and I put my hand on her shoulder.
Conviction, right?
I take her nod as I stand up, and I walk over towards the booth where I exclaim.
Trent in the middle.
In the middle.
I move over towards the middle.
You're already sitting
I would
in
prefer
the
exoneration.
defense's box.
Oh, I go. I sit where I'm sitting in the
Yeah.
defense.
Maybe to help to think of him as jury boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And as I walk over, I look over, I give Locke a little glance, and I give him a little thumbs up.
Nice.
Ahem.
So, this is how it works. There is a series of checks that need to be made. You guys will make a persuasion roll at the end of each of the things that you say. There's a certain amount of points that you need to reach in order to mitigate the worst possible outcomes and circumstances. You need 5 points. A DC check of 10 for the persuade is needed. For every 5 over is worth an additional point. So if you roll a DC check of 15 for persuade, it's worth 2 victories as opposed to 1.
Gotcha.
And if you roll a 20, it would be worth 4. So if one person rolls upwards of 20 or over, you're already on your way to succeeding in convincing them.
So as I take my place, Your Honors, as I was introduced, Trent Twilight, member of the Silver Choir, lore walker, and yes, I have been traveling with the offender, as I point over at Locke.
I like it.
Some would have you believe that this is a,
Less conviction, more exoneration, please.
this man, or rather, Warforged, is some mechanical killer brought to your shores to lay waste as a stranger to your ways. But I am here to say that that is not the case. I declare this is no more a villain than any member of this council or this nation could be considered a victim when put under sway of dark magics that would alter their character and who they are to their very core. I know, Locke, through our adventures, we have seen death, daring, and save the innocent, fighting wars on behalf of justice, what is right, and the cause itself. These team members I have been assigned to because they play an important role in the destiny not only of your nation, but of the whole continent itself. And to that I say, you cannot blame him for the fact that he did in fact carry a knife, which is a part of him. He is in fact, as I stated prior, a warforged, so he cannot be held accountable for the nature of his very being. In fact, it was probably a simple oversight. As a powerful mage that he is, the most dangerous thing he carries with him now, and that is his intellect and his mind. As you can reference from evidence A, I motion over to Ulthion, that I have given to my dear friend and compatriot Ulthion, the writings of Thalen, the accounts of another lore walker that has history with other warforged similar to this. I say that this warforged is no more dangerous than any other being in this nation and court, but has fallen victim to something that seems to affect their very core and their nature, but is not of their character. In the writings of Thalen, the bard, the lore walker, and I submit that to the court as well. You cannot blame him for something he has no control over, and his actions by far, throughout everything that I have accounted, have done nothing but better the realm. He is a good man, a good warforged, a dear friend, and was not acting under his own influence, but was rather affected by this dark miasma. As I make my statement.
Okay.
And you would do right to see this for what it is, and note that he himself, or the Warforged himself, is in fact a victim as well.
And I would like to note that, by all appearances, as you can see, his defendant here is the one he allegedly crossed and violated through his oversight of foreign laws.
That may be enough, Trin. You're simply here to speak on behalf of Locke, nothing else.
I think I've made my point.
So I walk back over to the table.
So, the chairman says, well, thank you for that. It's quite clear that you've spent much time arguing in front of human courts. A very simple, he did not act of his own accord and was affected by outside sources, and here's my proof would have sufficed. But thank you.
Forgive, I am a bard, and we have a flair for the dramatic. But the truth of my words has apparently been heard. Thank you, Your Honor.
Roll.
As I use my inspiration from our dashing race, I roll
To save my friend.
That's not bad.
All right.
That's not
That's it. So
Imagine his persuasion is pretty good.
It might be a little high. Just saying.
If it'll go over
What was
to
that
my
good
If
old
profile.
I'm
God.
gonna be rounding, I'm assuming it's probably gonna be about 24-ish is what I'm assuming he got.
Let's see. My persuasion is 27.
Oh, I was wrong by 3. That's
That's
a lot
pretty
of
good.
persuasion. That's persuadious.
Okay. Persuady. I'm so persuady.
Forgot to mention, if anybody else fails, it raises the DC for the check and gives you a negative.
It's fair, so
Anyways,
That's important.
so that's
important.
that's faux successes then.
I feel like I'm playing Family Feud. I just went up and I got a bunch of points, but I took some of the best answers.
When
Gotcha.
Trin sits back down next to me, I'm gonna say, well, if that's not conviction, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I tried. I didn't want to get flustered, so I just went on the attack.
I
Also,
thought
your
an animal out
conviction,
there.
you slap the ghost a lot.
I thought it was
God
brilliant.
damn it.
Oh,
I said
thank
exoneration. Exoneration.
So, it appears that we can't reach out to their humanity, so keep that in mind as I pat you on the shoulder.
Makes sense. They're not humans, anyways.
All right, and I stand up.
Walk to the center.
My name is Gardrick Angerson. I have traveled with Locke for about 10 years. I was the one who awoke him from his slumber. Since then, I have never seen him do any actions like this ever before. Even when I saw people trying to tear away from him and take what makes Warforged with all their parts and such, he did not do anything. He just simply asked them to stop. I was the one forced to do something. We have rarely ever been apart or ever been separated. We've been traveling together his entire awake life, and he has never done anything like this. I am the one that generally gets into the trouble, and he is the one who pulls me from it. He has never done anything like this before, and he would never do it under his own accord. The transformation, the weird changing of his red eyes, I've never seen it before on Locke. So therefore, I do not believe he was under it. He did not do it. Someone else did it. I think that's good. Yes.
So the chairman, which this is usual for them to expand upon what you said. So are you claiming that he is a pacifist, that he's never harmed anybody or attacked anybody before? Or are you saying that he's never attacked an ally before?
He's definitely attacked other people in battle, but an ally. He's never ever physically hit an ally.
Okay. Make your persuasion check.
I'm not sure if he's
I would
physically
like
hit
to use
anyone.
the inspiration I have.
Terrible at it.
To roll with advantage.
Okay.
Because I don't think I would.
See how it goes.
Keyword almost.
have a negative.
Good.
17.
That's not
Seven.
bad.
Seventeen.
Rolled an 18 -1.
You had inspiration?
I had one left, yes.
Nice. One left. You can bank them?
No, I don't know why I said one left because I just unclicked the star on my sheet. That's all I got. Was the weirdest trying to be persuasive, but be Gudrick.
As he's talking, I lean over to Katarina and say,
I know that you can speak to the heart of the matter. Just keep in mind, they're elves. But you know Locke as well as I do. He's under this dark effect.
as I give her a bardic inspiration with my whispers.
Ooh, cheating.
Or I attempt to.
So-
I attempt to cheat.
Cheating is good.
The chairman speaks and reminds that people are not supposed to be speaking to one another inside the defendant's box. And so takes Mike's successes down by 1.
Dang it!
Oh no.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm sorry.
Apologies, Council. They are not accustomed to our laws. It will not happen again.
Either way, they had their opportunity to be briefed on some of our customs by the juror when they entered, and I was told that they did not take that opportunity to ask about any of our proceedings. So I had assumed they were in good counsel with yourself,
Well, you
Lawmaster.
assume correctly.
Yes.
Katarina?
Fucking, so a place of ice fucking burn, goddamn.
All right. Yeah, I'll head up there. I will admit I haven't known Locke nearly as long as Godric has, but in the time that I have known him, the only actions he's taken are ones that were absolutely necessary in securing the safety of the realm. I'm not sure how much everyone here knows about the incident that happened, nearly a year and a half ago now in Rivergate. Locke willingly walked into Avernus to close the portal in Rivergate and stop the devils and demons from pouring in. Anyone with malicious intent towards the law-abiding citizens of this world, and even the not law-abiding citizens, no one with a heart or will like Locke's could have done something like that. On the note of him accidentally bringing weapons into your fine city, I'm sure all of you would look at someone like Godric, for instance, and assume that he has no weapons on him. But that man's bare hands are far more dangerous than what Locke brought in. But I don't think anyone would think it reasonable to ask Godric to cut his arms off as to not bring weapons into the city.
The gun show comes with him.
Locke is a good person, and I think we've very well established that it's impossible
Bad person.
for what he did to have happened under his own volition. And I know that good, just people such as yourselves would not hold one of your own accountable for actions that weren't the will of another.
Okay. So the chairman expands upon on it. So you argue that because that his weapons are in fact natural, a part of him by design, do you have proof that Warforged have these natural weapons on them, either everywhere or in his case, his chassis and design?
I quietly get up, walk forward to the council with Thalen's book, and just set it down in front of them with a light bow as I back up. You'll notice those pages are marked appropriately.
So the The magistrate chairman reads the entries, then hands it to the judges who read them to themselves, and then it goes back to the magistrate, and he keeps it at the tribunal.
I cannot claim to be an expert on Warforged. In my time, I have known two. And ever since I've known him, it's been a part of him.
And did the second Warforged also have weapons?
She was much different. She certainly had her own weapons. She was much more of a physical fighter.
So the chairman expands, looks at you. The book here confirms that a Warforged may have a fit of rage, and which leads to violence and violent action, but it doesn't state that the weapon that the Warforged brittle wielded was either a part of it or an external weapon carried by the Warforged.
I do believe that every Warforged is unique in some way. We cannot speak to what Locke did before Godric found him. Locke himself cannot speak to that. But whoever designed him with that. And I don't think that's his fault.
Well, I am not an expert, but I have met a few Warforged in my time and read some texts from the creation or the place we assume they were created in Sultanas. And most Warforged have a chassis build, which is standardized in some way, and most modifications would be done either by the Warforged at their request after awakening, unique to themselves, or it would be standardized as based on his chassis. He would have had a standardized Sultanas war staff that he originally awoken with. But we shall take your account into recommendation. So make your persuasion check.
Alright, I'll use my inspiration.
It's not how it works.
I
Yeah.
know. Well, I know. I'm just saying Godric still does
Yeah.
this because he doesn't know.
Just look over.
22.
22? Cool. Okay. Okay. All right.
Locke, I think before I speak now would be your time to explain your perspective on the events.
Would the accused mind coming and explaining to us what transpired?
Yeah, so Locke will step forward. With regards to the actions that were taken, I cannot deny what happened. More than enough people saw. I raised a blade against him, and I pressed it into his armor, hard enough to shatter it. For one of the other questions, the blade has been a part of me and attached to me from my awakening. Whether it was attached after my creation or not, I can't say. I have no memory of what I had transpired. My last moment before everything went dark, I was standing at the party entertaining some children, and then I tried to move away and distance myself. And when I awoke, I was standing over Ulthion with a fistful of his hair. And a shattered dagger attached to my arm. I wasn't conscious, as far as I can tell. But I can say that it's unlikely that those actions were taken under my own volition. only days before I had even asked Oltheon to teach me more about fighting with weapons, as I see it as a hole in my learning. I would never have been able to strike with such precision or lethality on my own. And nor would I have. I have other means of attack. I don't know what possessed me to do what I did. Merely that it was done outside of my understanding.
Do you agree with this, Lawmaster Amadir?
Get up and step forward. Thank you, Locke. Please, take a seat.
No, don't take a seat yet. Would you like to expand? Do you agree that his assault on you did happen, and that he did attempt to kill you with a blade that was hidden in his arm, whether a part of him or not? That he assaulted, and admits to assaulting a representative, nigh a lawmaster of Alatrari, a sacred position to our people? That you agree that in the teachings, an assault on you is the same as an assault on our god themselves?
As a lawmaster, you know that I agree with those teachings. And the policies put forth, as well as our entire belief system. If you are asking truly that I should even question that, well, I find that question to be lacking in faith. That being said, I can confirm with all honesty that the actions that occurred are exactly as described.
So with your authority, what do you wish to do
Authority.
on these charges?
Yes. We can speak on authority. I am qualified as a lawmaster of Latrari. And you know as well that the only authority above mine in the church is the venerate lawmaster. You know that Savitur Vasklindrath is my direct mentor, and he has put his trust in me. I will say that although I haven't been traveling long, just as the others, I will echo, no one could have known that this was a possibility, nor prevented it. There are others who are allowed outside of the market district with supervision, and some of them are spellcasters. We do not bind their magics or cripple them in any way, and we would not have done the same had we known this blade was in his arm. It was a simple oversight and nothing more. But more importantly, we must look at this from a larger picture. His blade did absolutely no harm to me, although I was taken by surprise. This is because Alatrari chose this moment to reveal a weakness in this group. We are burdened with divine purpose. I have been chosen by Alatrari to become a war master, and it is my belief that my interpretation of Alatrari's whispers are that I am to take war to Takesis and the dragons in the east. Therefore, for whatever reason, Locke lost control, is simply so we may shore up the defenses later on. And I am a lawmaster. I'll step and look towards everybody watching and then back towards the council. And that carries a great weight, and I understand that responsibility. And as lawmaster, and I kneel in front of Locke, look up at you, I grant full, complete forgiveness of your crimes against Alatrari, as I am a representative of Alatrari. As I am, and then I stand up and look right at the council, the law.
Well said, Lawmaster. We will take your pardon as it is, and he is forgiven of his crimes against Alatrari. Now, on to the subject of his non-disclosure of the weapon, and the case of which, why it was, and how it was used. Why did you refuse to disclose that this weapon was attached to your body when you were searched and ordered to give up all arms?
Didn't have the means to remove it. And frankly, I'd forgotten about it.
You would forget about something that's a part of you for your entire life? Do you forget often that you have a hand or a foot or an automata in your body?
Do you often feel your own soul?
So, with that response, I need you to make a DC 15 wisdom save as you see Locke's eyes flick red for a moment.
No!
Whoa.
No! Save, mother trucker!
You have lucky.
Yeah, you have luck.
lucky.
Oh, you have legendary luck.
You have legendary luck.
Luck thanks to Robbie.
Yes.
Gonna need that.
Yes,
Yeah.
you are. He rolled a 4 on that initial die, my friend.
Oh, God.
That's a little better.
Matt's notoriously bad luck returns.
Fuck. Yeah, it's because my fucking dice are.
What'd you say, wisdom?
Yep.
18.
18. Okay.
This is like, congratulations, your eyes go red and you murder him. Ah!
So you have used one of your legendary luck too. You are now onto your banked luck, so you have one more. Okay. So his eyes flick red for just a second, and you catch a glimpse out of it. There is a moment where there is a vitriol that kind of tries to leak outwards from you, and then you remember that their customs and their ways are not on trial. You are.
I let that question hang. But then
And he responds and says, whether or not I remember which appendages I have isn't the question. The question is on you.
it is easily forgotten. Like breathing or blinking for you. Or your spleen. Do you know you have a spleen? It's rather disgusting.
Does feel like
Right? Do you think that you are a danger moving forward to being allowed to freely roam the lands?
No.
Do you believe that you understand what was the cause of this issue, and can you explain what it is that would take your own willpower away from you?
No.
Do you remember the moments leading up to what happened, and why, what you saw or heard or did? Because based on witnesses that we have that will come forward and confirm the events as they were, you were spiteful of us and our lands, and intolerant and ignorant of our ways and what they mean.
Yes.
As a guest of the Amadir household, you would represent his better judgment and his house's judgment in the things that you say.
I do remember most of it. And I still feel many of the same things while I'm here. I wouldn't presume to lie to you, despite it more than likely not being great for my case.
And yet, I'm sorry, Locke. Until what ails you is discovered and we learn how to control or eliminate it, you can't guarantee you're not a threat.
Yes, I said as much, did I not?
In one way you did. We were hoping you would expound upon it some more and help us understand what it is that caused this outburst. If this was in fact not you doing so, we were hoping that you had a firmer idea or answer of what it possibly could be. Because as it is mostly just anecdotal and hearsay evidence that you provide that there's some mysterious external force pressing against you which would make you act violently in rageful outbursts and harm individuals that otherwise would call you a close friend.
In the hours before, when we were coming towards Ulthion's home, I witnessed a change of the landscape. A vision of sorts, I suppose.
Is this the first time that you've had a vision of such?
Not the first vision, but this one was vivid. Brief, but vivid. An object in the distance. And most of the land here turned blackened and corrupted. Didn't last but a moment. I still feel a deep unease and a layer of it's not corruption, but chaos over everything in this place. It sets me on edge. It makes me uncomfortable, and if I had a stomach, I think it might make me sick.
And what do you believe is responsible for this feeling? What you saw, or the lands here?
When I tried to focus on the vision while I was held overnight, I saw it clearer and closer, the object. The sun was rising behind the ruins of a tower, and as the day progressed, the tower began to build itself, and the sun behind it rose, and by noon it was a great and powerful citadel, strong and mighty in an afternoon sun. And as the sun set, the tower crumbled and turned once again to rubble. And it did this many times over every day. I don't know what that means. Strangely, the sun also did not do anything other than rise and fall in the same place. No east to west, just in front of it, the silhouette of a tower. Up, down, a tower building itself and then crumbling. But as for the second part of your question, no. I'm fairly convinced that there is something wrong with this land. Maybe it's connected to the vision, and that's why I've felt it more clearly here. But I've never felt it more than when I've been in this place.
So, his eyes flick red again. I need you to make the save again.
Oh! He couldn't roll low. What?
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I can. I've done it.
I don't want to have to kill you.
Because it seems that Locke has altered his opinion and isn't outright stating that he believes that it's necessarily all Eridor's fault, you can roll with advantage for changing your perspective slightly.
Uh-oh. What was the DC?
DC 15 Wisdom.
That'd be a fail.
You have another luck die. You have one more.
Let's see what happens.
You guys all have luck die too.
Lend him some luck.
I'll use mine. Jesus.
Thank God.
You're gonna use your last one?
People don't like excitement, do you?
Okay.
Not.
That's better. 19 on
Okay.
the die.
So,
I'm gonna kill you.
as you as you feel your innermost true thoughts and beliefs begin to roil up as a pent-up repressed rage again at the institutions, at Eridor, at Ulthion's arrogance and his belief that there is nothing in Eridor that could be causing this to happen, your true self it is just boiling beneath the surface, your eyes flick red for a moment and you see that citadel through a crumbling wall of ruin in the center of a town that's earth is blackened and decimated by some greater force. You see this source once again, and then in a moment, it's gone. And you are in full control of your faculties. The chairman, well, we will take all of that into consideration. Locke, you may now take your seat. I believe you've answered all of our questions to the best of your abilities. We thank you. Ulthion Amadir. You well know that our laws are exceptionally strict because they have to be. We see foreigners and outsiders parading within our lands as nothing but opening ourselves up to the possibility of infiltration for outside forces that would do us harm. Dark elves, changelings, those who might infiltrate, cause harm, mischief, or mayhem, especially during a time of heightened security when we believe that we may be facing another great invasion by our Drakari kin. You spoke on behalf of these individuals. You took them underneath the Amadir household, and you believed that, under the best of your knowledge, that they could be trusted within our lands to act according to our laws and our goodwill. Now I need you to make a persuasion check. Before I finish what they're going to say.
That's what's back. Have advantage on the roll because I am speaking to elves and I'm a lawmaster.
Yep.
Nice. I don't know what's over there, but I see
Looks
I see
decent.
2 digits.
23.
23. Okay.
But I could have just started vaporizing people. Wouldn't that have been awesome?
Shut up, Locke.
With all of that being said and all being considered and the evidence being put forward, and the fact that we have received outside word from an additional source that you are to be trusted, the fact that a member of the Silver Choir in the rank of Lore Walker, not only one, but two, through the writings, would confirm what he is saying, we have decided to not levy any punishment against either your family, your estate, or against Locke himself or your friends. That being said, if another outburst like this occurs, then we will have no choice but to banish Locke from our lands and not allow him ever to step foot within the city of Mendrathis or Eridor again. That being said, we suggest that because of this unknown factor which affects him and his faculties, that if you travel to Eridor again, that you keep them within the foreigner district and they stay there. They may maintain their weapons, which I suggest that he very quickly finds someone who is capable of assisting him get through this, that he removes himself from Eredor to at least remove the idea that him being here is causing an issue, which this is the first claim that I've ever heard of such things ever happening within our lands. But that's our ruling. You are all free to go.
Yeah, we did it! It's only over on Hook Hunter. We won! We won!
That is a very large boulder off one's shoulder.
Thank you, Council, for your wisdom and fairness. As always, you have served Alatrari to the best of your abilities, and it is not found wanting. May the rest of your days be filled with the joy of those you love around you.
As is well for you. I do suggest that you leave Eredor as quickly as possible.
Understood.
Lest we risk him having such an outburst again.
I believe there is wisdom in your suggestion.
And on top of that, we believe that you have places to be and things to do, War Master.
That's true. Get out. Let's go.
And the judges stand and they leave, climb down from the podium and head to the sides, and they speak to the chairman, and the kind of everybody hangs out, and you can hear them beginning the processions as you leave for a different grievance being aired by another elf. There's no sighing, no from anybody who isn't you. It's just business as usual.
Outside, where my attendant is, I lean over and whisper, "Your watch captain. Find him, have him report to me immediately."
Yes, Ophion. And he leaves and starts heading back to the estate.
Roger. Place yourself firmly next to Locke. You do not leave his side, do you understand? Do not know if you saw what I saw, but I know, Locke, you must have felt it.
I did.
By the grace of the Seldarine alone did we walk out of there unscathed.
I'm going to leave. To take me to the gate.
That is the plan.
All right.
Locke is leaving immediately. Those who wish to follow him may. I will be behind, ever so slightly. He is... The red eyes appeared not once but twice in the vault.
God's hand just goes on Locke's shoulder. Onward! And I start walking. And then stop. Wait. That's a long walk. Isn't
Keep
it?
walking.
It's not that far.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not that far!
He's like halfway there already.
All right. Yeah, I walk towards the gate.
No gate. No gate, no walls.
Not gate
The
walls.
way.
The way gate? That's back in the city.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's where we're
That's
going.
a long walk. Okay, I
Yeah.
see what you're
Oh,
saying.
you thought you were thinking us going back to your estate to do.
Nope. We're going straight to that way gate.
All right, let's go.
Yes.
We need the horses, stags.
My watch captain is going to escort you back into the city.
Mm.
We will then retrieve your items. Waygate, back to Ilithia. I will follow behind.
Okay.
I can't go. Not yet.
What?
Rebecca. Andara. She said she was going to be here.
Right, I have some business as well with... Well, you have some business with Gwendolyn. But it's important that Locke gets to Ilithia first.
I will get
He'll
him to.
always come back through the Waygate.
I'll get him to Ilithir, and then I will come back, and then I will go back. There's a lot to back.
I could go to Ilithir with him if you'd like to stay.
Actually, that's not a terrible idea.
If I trust him with anyone, it is you.
Mhm.
You are probably the only other person who could magically restrain him if needed. If I have to restrain him, he's just going to hit me with a lightning bolt again. Emphasis on again.
You had it coming.
There's eyebrow raises still. Maybe.
Nevertheless, shoot!
All right,
Shoot,
let's go.
shoot!
We will wait for. We're gonna kind of go into an area where there's little to no people and wait for the fucking guard captain with stags.
One might say it's a stag
Sure.
party.
Hate you. Hate everything about you.
It's a little bit. I mean, get out of the way means just basically going towards like kind of the edge of the town.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep
Regardless.
our interactions with things that breathe to a minimum.
No, I
It's
get
an
it.
open village plan.
It's Jesus.
This is
Things are spread out here.
Yes.
perfect.
Yeah.
We'll go find a nice little tree and
Um,
grass and just
It's probably somebody's great.
Not gonna
great,
plant
great
you, I'm just gonna-
grandfather's tree. But go ahead.
lightly guide you.
You're not going to do anything right.
You don't have to guide me. I'm fucking ready to get the fuck out.
I know. But wasn't ready to go.
So, with the guard captain brings the stags down. We'll have to do it this way. So there is no fanfare and no attention really paid to you as foreigners. Locke gets some strange glances from individuals around, mostly other elves, people that you actually recognize from the party. But everything seems fine as it would be. There's no guards, nobody rushing to arrest anybody or protest what happened, and no argument and no hard feelings from the populace, whatever. I mean, it is what it is. The lawmaster spoke what he spoke, and the council decided what it decided. There's just relief in the air. All except for Locke. As there is a growing call, something deep from within your soul automata, a force which looks to override your being and your control over your body.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Nothing like this has ever happened to you before in the history of your life. It wants to take control and it wants to cause destruction. This force is just pushing you to, and it's manifesting as this empty voice that is beginning to speak in your ear, this passenger along beside you, which states that you were built for conflict. The battlefield is where you belong. You are not made for this world. You come far from far away. In a place where dark things once conquered an entire world and enslaved them. You were made for war. Until next Friday.
Right.
What the?
Goddamn right.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I thought we were screwed.
I did too!
Bro, when you hear your eyes go red, I'm like,
We rolled really well.
But
and
how-
we banked a lot of those legendary lucks and stuff.
But
so.
how cool would it have been
Thank
if I
you so
just
much, Robbie, for
slaughtered
those legendary
everybody?
lunks, man.
Yeah.
legendary lunk.
Yep.
Should've
Legendary
just-
lunks.
Yeah, that.
I did love
that
when you were like,
saved
Legendary
us.
luck from the legendary lunk.
I should have
Yeah.
just. I
That's
should have
great.
just leaned in.
Oh my gosh, that totally
I don't
saved
even-
us.
Well, so I forgot about something, and it's
Uh-huh.
fine because it was super dramatic, and I remembered it like literally
Oh, the
just
fact that
now.
you have plus to saves when people are
Yeah,
around you?
you
Yeah, I
actually
forgot
get.
about
You would have gotten a
Oh, yeah,
plus
'cause
5
you're-
bonus to
you're-
all my
you're
saves. I said it
paladin
right there.
now.
It's all his saves.
Because you're
Near
pounding.
me, there's a better chance of you not turning into a bomb.
But what
That's
if?
true.
that. Hey, come
Yeah.
back.
I just
Come back.
Yeah, right. I know, because as we separate,
Yeah,
as
I'm
I
like-
just said, you guys go on without me, it'll be fine.
Yeah, my cure is this.
Hit me!
here's an insight. If he had said it a third time, I'd just been like, I go with it.
I have always assumed that paladins have to activate their auras in some way. That there is either
Yeah, sort of like how a bard needs to inspire those around them,
it's-
not just happening naturally.
It's not like turned on, but it's definitely a thing where I mean, if I was like a Knight Templar on the battlefield in like a crusade, then you would just do a quick, and then your aura
a
is
quick
like
prayer
on.
over
Yeah.
them. Over them
Just
at the
something
beginning
like
of the
I've
battle or
always
something.
assumed that something
That
like
makes sense
that
to me.
should be
I like that.
activated.
Yeah.
But ultimately, you definitely could have just said like,
Could have enforced it, but
I
yeah.
could have enforced it
Yeah.
and did
I
it.
did notice him.
And it's going to take a minute with a class change to
figure all that out.
figure all that out. But that's fun. When I says eyes flicker for a minute, go rewatch all of your faces.
I pooped.
I think I was doing. I think you caught me.
Elves
I was
doing
doing
this.
this.
Yeah.
So I was doing the roll, and he says it. I was just like,
I'm pretty sure I smiled.
I like full
Yeah.
stop. I was like, oh fuck.
That was scary.
It was great.
Yeah.
I'm telling it's the truth. If he'd have done it a third time, I'd have just been like, let's do it.
Yeah, I got a lot less
Boom!
nervous.
I was
when
gonna argue-
It was like everyone has left.
I wasn't going to argue the idea that you just forgot that it was there. I was going to argue that as a spellcaster and not a warrior, it's a tool and it's never been considered a weapon. Therefore, it was a minor oversight as you just like, yeah, that's all my weapons, and you walk away.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my argue I was going for. I was like, I'm going to focus on this instead.
How often do you think of your spleen? It's just in there.
I think about it all the time. Every time I sit down and stand up.
If my spleen popped out of my wrist periodically, I'd probably think about it.
Yeah.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
If you could summon it at will to
Yeah.
your hand.
Yeah, I bet Tony Stark thinks about his heart all the time.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Probably.
I bet he doesn't. Once he gets the new one, bet he doesn't.
Can't forget that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we're gonna leave. It's
When
gonna
it
be
stops
fine.
hurting, then it's fine.
We're gonna be good.
You said you wanted a wizard duel, and at some point it might just happen between you and Katarina.
That'd be
Yeah, right.
awesome.
Yeah.
That'd be
Jeez,
so
that's
cool.
scary.
That would be great.
Oh, that'd be heart-wrenching.
I really-
She's like, I don't want to do this.
It's better her than Godric in a sense.
But then I get to play
She's
evil
at least got a
lock, so
taste for
I
having
would be like,
sacrificed
I
teammates.
do.
Boom!
Yeah, I don't like that, but you've done it.
so
Our
terrible.
kill count is the same.
Our
Imagine-
teammate kill count?
Imagine
Our
the
kill
fallout.
of innocence count is the same.
He was an
So-
innocent. He was a racist dickbag.
So I secretly didn't tell you guys. I told you what you needed to get rid of the minimum like negatives. I didn't tell you what point total you needed to get the best possible outcome.
Right.
So you guys rolled pretty well. With one negative, you guys did basically match what was needed with 10 points to get like the best possible outcome in court in your favor. So
Best possible. There are
Yeah.
several scenarios there. I was literally going over in my
Yeah.
head possibilities. I was like, Locke's permanently imprisoned.
Nope.
Locke's
That would
banished.
be like the worst
If-
case scenario for the
Yeah.
city. Like if
But
they
those are
tried to
just for
imprison
Locke.
Locke,
Yeah, but those are
eventually
just
he's
for
gonna
Locke.
go
I could have
crazy
lost,
and break
like he was
out.
discussing earlier
Yeah.
or explaining earlier, could have lost, the status of my family. That's like the most minor thing that could happen. But we're talking about how my son Aravelar is supposed to be going to these different houses and learning and training with them. That would not have happened.
Oh,
Absolutely.
no charter school
The kid
for
would have been,
kids.
the kid would have been kicked out into the streets to
He
fend
could
for
have traveled
himself.
the world and been
Well,
awesome.
Elven streets are still better than everybody else's.
Hey,
But,
hey,
yeah,
I came. Trim
Elven
came
streets
out.
have
Safer, that's
roofs.
for sure.
Trim came out okay. Right?
We don't talk about
I'm just
We don't talk
saying,
about Bruno.
It's
I left home.
so theoretically,
Could have been really bad.
it's all social pressures and stuff that apply really only to Ulthion because it's his lands and his homes and the things that matter to them. Like he has to live with everything else that comes afterwards.
Could you have imagined the relationship between Ulthion and Locke had I been told I couldn't come home or see my family?
it. It would have been so good.
Because an
Yeah.
elven punishment's going to be like, we're going to go lenient on you, 150 years.
Yeah.
That's nothing. By your own accord.
That's
He has you dead.
a lot. No, not by my own accord. I
He
at
misses
max
you.
900
You
years.
miss your son's naming day when he's
Yeah.
made an adult.
Yeah. I miss
Okay,
his
that's
adulthood.
that's
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
Eh. You miss a lot of important stuff. His first
lot of
duels,
working dads miss
his
important
first,
things.
His first dips in the magic, like a lot of that happens, especially as they, after at 18 and stuff, they start looking in the trades and learning all, becoming the elf that realistically they'll probably become in his first term of service in the Halston, his military career. Like the first time, you would have missed all of that.
Every single time I saw somebody playing with their child, I would have turned and just looked at Locke.
Yeah.
Well, we're done here. Moving on.
But yeah,
I was nervous.
Yeah,
it
wasn't meant to. It wasn't meant to.
The
matter.
emotional
It wasn't meant to
implications were
matter to the
scary.
rest of you. It was meant to be raised stakes for for Ulthion, for his story, for his character.
Sad. I was scared.
Yeah,
I was
we
really
care
scared.
about that.
I don't know if you've noticed, but my wife and I have not said a single thing to each other since she yelled at Godric.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah, you should probably go see her.
That's what he's doing. He's
That's
like,
what he's doing.
things are
yes,
good.
that's
We're
exactly
good.
what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Godric's not coming back.
Leave town angry.
I mean, the
Well, I don't
worst.
think we're angry
The
at each
worst.
other.
No, I
Just
mean
make
the
sure we
worst
don't say
possible.
angry
The
things to
worst
each other.
possible. The most egregious crime is if he had attacked everybody there and just gone berserk and just started trying to murder people. Your entire family could have just been completely disowned and it had to have left Eredor, and then your house name would have been stricken from the records and never be allowed to be spoken again.
All for the best.
Like that's the absolute worst possible outcome, aside from like you could have been stripped of your title and everything.
I'm gonna
Because
vomit.
you cannot have an elf represent your deity and your people who's like can't protect his people, and it ultimately really bad things could have happened. Like, and then Locke would have been killed. If he had attacked and like actually harmed people, they wouldn't have settled for anything less than
I
killing
hunted him down like a dog, no matter
Yep.
what he did. He
Yeah.
had to get out.
Pretty much.
Yeah, the rest of the law masters would have probably been switched to the path of vengeance and become revenants and hunted him down. If he escaped Eredor, that is.
What if I killed you?
Guten Morgen. Guten Tag.
Then you could come back as a Ravelar like 200 years later
Yeah, right.
Arrival.
to avenge your father.
He's an Eldritch Knight.
What
At least
if
that's my thought.
what if I was imprisoned forever and I just sat in some oubliette forever until eventually your whole civilization crashed around it?
What's an oubliette?
Just lost. A hole in the ground. Supposed to be a prison.
It's a place of forgetting.
Oh, like those doo-doo places in Europe.
I guess.
What?
No, it's where you put someone.
It's like a doo-doo place.
It's a permanent
It's like a
prison. It's where you
dungeon.
put someone to forget about them.
Yeah,
Yes,
you put
that's
them
why I
down
said
in
a
the
lost
hole
hole in the
Yeah.
ground.
That's
There's like
pretty much what it
feces
is.
and rats in there, and you
A
just
lot of
leave them
times,
there
yeah,
to
because
die.
you just
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's like a dungeon, but it's not a dungeon. It's like worse.
There's a place like that in one of my favorite trilogies ever, the Night Angel trilogy, which is basically about like an assassin with some special powers. It's really cool.
There's
Brutal book, but it's a fantasy-based system, and the main character ends up being cast into one in the first book, and it's nasty down there. First of all, there's more than one person there. There's tons of people down there in that same hole, and all of them deserve to be there. They're terrible, disgusting people.
I like this completely unfounded idea that Locke has that he's immortal.
Gotta be longer lived than most people.
Sure.
What if you are
But
experiencing?
dwarves also live for like 400 years.
yeah, maybe it's like Alzheimer's or something. You're just
What if
like,
you are currently experiencing a
You're in
breaking
old
down
age,
of your
you just-
operating system?
Yeah, you break down, you defrag or whatever.
Yeah,
you're-
you
your
honestly
frag.
have no idea how long your chassis was sitting in the sands of Shamara before it was found.
Yeah.
Long enough that it's
You know
all
what?
ruined.
Yeah,
you talk.
right?
You
You
talk
slept
about.
through a
You
third
talk
of
about
your
the
life.
magic of Eredor covering up its age and decay, but you presto yourself every morning and have no idea how much rust is actually on you.
That's a little irony. It's a little ironic. It's good though. It's good though.
It's temporary. It's
Question:
It's
does
ironic.
Presto actually clean or just cover it up?
Cleans,
clean.
It's clean.
They remove
cleans,
it.
but it's still there,
'Cause that's
right?
what
So
magic does.
if you clean something that has rusted, it's still weakened. Like armor or something like that.
The
If it's
patina,
rusted, yeah.
Locke's patina doesn't go away. That's still there.
Ooh, I got him.
Yeah, that's a fashion choice, though.
Ooh, damn! Who
That
said
helps.
that?
That helps
Oh,
differentiate you
thank
from
you.
the other
'Cause they're not wrong.
warforged of your type and style.
Yeah.
Zadie?
That was
Or no,
Big
not
Floyd.
Ziggy Gal. Tiga Floyd.
Big Floyd.
It's blue.
Ooh,
It's blue
it's
like
FYG
Ziggy.
Floyd.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
That
wow,
being
it's
said,
been a long time
Godric
since
be
we've
looking
seen
hella
him.
cute. That's
Yeah,
true.
look
Look at that mustache.
Yeah.
It fits you. It looks.
It's
really
been a long
good.
time since we've seen old FYG Floyd,
Just
dude.
Yeah.
ignore
It has
the
been.
cobwebs on his back.
Yeah, I was fiddling earlier and it fell down. I was being a fucking cat. I was just like,
Yeah, why you do that?
I don't know. My
Anyways.
brain told me to do it.
Clown can't have nice things.
Absolutely.
I know.
Yeah, probably.
How you been,
Probably
bud? Good to
Floyd.
see you again.
Yeah, nice to see you. Welcome back.
I see you changed jobs and you stopped by a year later. See how it is.
Yeah.
Well, just calling them out like that.
Oh, he moved on to better, happier things. That's why I call him.
Woo!
Better,
But,
happier.
Let's
Ugh.
see.
Yeah.
When is our next
Oh,
game?
hey.
So we play next week, and then we will not play the week after that while you are gone,
Oh.
unless you come back before.
No, I will not be coming back before
Yeah,
that.
so
weekend.
we'll be skipping that week.
So we
Okay,
taking
so we
that-
got one more week. We're playing next week, and
Mhm.
then we'll be having a week off.
Yeah,
Cool.
and we'll have a week off.
Exclamation point ticket. We're doing a giveaway right now.
Yeah, a giveaway for Sly Flourish's Return of the Lazy Dungeon Master, which is an awesome,
awesome
resource.
book.
Yep.
Do it. We're trying to get rid of this thing.
Do it now.
Thanks.
The question
Exclamation
is,
point ticket.
Lethal,
Remember,
you're
you
still
get
in
2
chat?
tickets if you are a subscriber.
Yeah, your ticket counts as 2.
Your ticket counts as 2 if you're a subscriber.
Yeah.
Because if Lethal's in chat, I want to see when she might be free to do some Among Us.
Amogus.
I want to convince
Imposter.
you to join in, and same with Matt
Roll
for a
on
little
Hey,
it.
longer.
look, a betrayal at the house on the hill died.
I've really high issue.
What's in here
So
mixed
do
with
I.
everything
5.
else?
Yeah.
Oh,
I rolled
Yeah, I
5.
forgot
You
that
rolled a
was
5,
before.
great.
As you
I got
lose
an 8
it
plus
again.
6 is...
All right,
14?
people can hear that.
Don't
Hello.
cast
Sorry.
Don't cast save spells on me.
I'll do whatever I want.
But to that, yes, we are currently doing a giveaway. We're about to wrap up. We're about to wrap up the night. So now's your last chance to get in there. Subscribers get a multiplier. We don't limit it because you're all friends of the channel, or our friends in our community. It's our chance to give back to you. And
I bet Godric would let you twirl his mustache if you typed in exclamation point ticket in the chat.
That's true.
There you go. There
You
go.
should
That's
definitely.
commitment.
I mean, I already said he could, but yeah.
Oh,
Still.
that's less fun.
Still.
All right, yeah. You can twirl it twice then.
All right.
I cast fly.
You can
What?
twirl it twice.
What?
Well, twirl me twice and call me a leprechaun.
Oh, there we go. There we
Twice?
go.
Say that.
All right.
I cast fly.
We
I'm
should probably
60
just
feet in the air.
pull it. because
My
people have things
Literally,
to
okay.
babies to shake and hands to
Europe?
kiss.
Oh, okay. You ready for this?
Mhm.
Babies to shake and hands
I
to
can
kiss.
manage
I
it from my
said
own.
it. All
Wisdom,
right.
right?
I think we have 2 entries.
Wisdom, right?
yeah.
All right. Let's do the thing.
Oh, that's right.
Pull the person.
I
Hit
am
the
landing,
button.
but I've used all my movement.
As he teases me. Don't you tease me, Kobold. Wow.
I can also teleport.
Not
Sort of.
into it.
Dog.
You looked into it. I'm just that's all I'm saying.
Anyway, yeah. So I go down and I land. It's my turn now.
You can
You
no
no
longer
enter.
enter this giveaway.
Let's draw a winner. It's 50-50.
Just disintegrate.
4,
Wow.
I don't have to disintegrate.
Wow.
Oh.
2,
Wow.
1.
Screw you, Kobold.
3.5. It's a system that's cool, pretty cool. 2,
Wow.
Exclamation point ticket.
1.
Oh,
Wandering
Wandering
Ronin.
Ronin.
Congratulations, Wandering
Wandering
You are a
Ronin is
winner.
incredibly lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's also
It's your
been a
action that could use the
subscriber like the
command,
whole
right?
time, so.
He has been a subscriber
Awesome.
forever. So how have you been,
Bonus
FYG Floyd? What have you been up to? How's life? I hope it's good.
Oh.
And so we will get
Yeah,
that
I
out
got
to you.
bonus
And
action
currently,
spells.
Kaioken,
Yeah.
Who's your
Uh,
bits
KO
and pieces? I
sick.
can't. My whole system's frozen up.
Yeah.
KO sick.
KO sick. You are our bits leader.
For
You
good
will be
reasons,
getting
I
a
hope.
personalized gift
What days
from
off do you
our
have? I'm
Dungeon
trying to
Master and
play
Green.
games again, like live our life together. Like, what's going on?
Wow.
I was talking over him.
Yeah, yeah. So you're gonna get a personalized gift from our very own Dungeon Master Green, who's not in here. He's over there, off screen.
Touching
What?
things.
Having a good time. Having a good time.
Let the
The song just popped
tiger
into my head.
define the laws of gravity. I forget all the words. Like Lady Godiva, I wanna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. I'm flying through the sky, yeah. 1,000 degrees.
After
is what
landing.
What?
Look at
They'll
you
call
confused.
you Mr. Twilight.
Ooh, that's good. I like that one.
No, I
That
gotta
is-
parody that one. Huh?
You got to parody that and say Mr. Twilight as you've cast fly into the sky.
That's why they call me Twilight.
I'm singing
Gonna
Elven
make
song
a
with you.
supersonic man out of you.
Well, Wandering
Don't
Ronin, we
stop
already have all your
me
information,
now.
so we're gonna get in contact with you for getting a hold of the book and sending it out to you.
Lock spot
Chaos
enemies
six.
after landing. Incredulity.
we will have to send you a
take 20
message
damage
and
from,
see where we
from-
can send
from,
your gift. But one of our moderators
magic
should get in
missiles.
contact with you about that and ask you for your address and such, so we can send it to you.
Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah.
Be something.
All
It's
your
gonna be something.
personal details.
Yep. Personal details.
We're gonna catch deep.
Let's see. It was a good night. We'll have some fun.
Nice.
We'll play next Friday. Then we'll take a little break.
Ooh, a week
Yeah,
off and then get
little
right
week
back
off.
to it.
Yeah, and get right back to it.
love
So
it.
thank you all so much for joining us tonight, for hanging out, for watching. We really appreciate it.
Take me down.
You know,
immediately.
hopefully we're entertaining. Hopefully you enjoy spending time with us. Yeah. So yeah. If not, you know,
More
oh
than
well,
enough.
whatever.
This was a tense, dramatic session. It was good.
especially
I liked
critical.
Mm-hmm. It's good times. It's good stuff.
Yeah, if you crit
Like
on
that.
Dramatic.
Yeah.
Ah,
Dramatic.
there's more to it.
Look, stop being a dick.
What?
Stop. Just stop.
I'm not being a dick.
Choose not to be a dick.
I'm choosing to
But
be
he's
interesting
such a
now.
We
Big
adore
one.
every
You know
one
how-
of you who watches us,
We love you.
and we hope that your week is as legendary as our night was. And we will see you next Friday. We will not be seeing you tomorrow night because the Saturday show, the finale came
Yeah,
up. So
our finale was last week. I'm
Yeah.
going to get all the videos uploaded and on YouTube very soon. And then you can watch what I can only describe as a freaking dramatic ending that I literally sat in my room afterwards wondering how the hell I pulled that off, because it was beyond perfect. It was, people were crying. It was amazing. It was really good. So I'll get those edited, get those up on the YouTube, and I think you will be pretty pleased with them.
Awesome.
that being said, Saturday's on hiatus. We're going to have some one-shots. We're not doing anything tomorrow, but we're going to be coming back with some stuff here very soon. And then we will be starting a new campaign that will take place on Saturdays in the very near future. So, stay tuned for that. Jump into our Discord if you're not already in there so that you can keep up to date with Legendary Action and all of us and hang out.
Come to our voice acting challenge.
Yep, come to the voice acting challenge. But we will see you all next Friday. So have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye, everybody!
I was yawning.